Hello, my name is Ben Wyman and I'm the manager of the Research Centre for Fashion Curation based here at the University of the Arts, London. Welcome to today's symposium. There's just a few very quick things I just need to clarify with you before we proceed, and then I'll get into a little speech, but I'll try and keep it to no more than 10 minutes. We will hound you with evaluation forms at lunchtime, and please return them to us at the end of the day, okay? You will have name tags. If you don't have a name tag, please ensure at some point soon, particularly at the morning tea break, that you get your name tag. Unfortunately, we did it cheap and cheerful today, and we couldn't provide lunch. So you'll probably, unless you brought your own lunch, you'll need to pop out to collect lunch. There's plenty of places just along Regent Street, just around the corner. There's a Pret. There's John Waitrose just around the corner in Cavendish Square. You're more than welcome to bring your lunch back and have it in the canteen, which is just on the other side of the hallway, where we'll also be showing a silent film of the actual 1994 exhibition. Someone took a camera through the exhibition and watched people looking at the exhibition, so it's a really fascinating document. Over the top of that, we'll be playing the music soundtrack that was playing in the 1994 exhibition as well. So hopefully while you're having lunch, you can have a look at this film too. Toilets are just out this door. There's also another set of toilets. If you go back down the little set of stairs you came up into the East Terrace space, turn to your right and up the ramp. There's some toilets just through a door in there. So, if I could also hound you, anyone who has anything to do with social media, I don't, so I always forget these sorts of things. That's why I typed it up here. If you'd like to social media, then blitz the hell out of us with these tags and thingamajiggies, whatever you want to call them. And let's move on. So, the film that was playing as you entered was one of the 3 films captured on the night of the PV for Streetstyle from Sidewalk to Catwalk in 1994. It is mostly a series of talking heads of attendees on the night. We thought it was a great way to start our conversations today about an exhibition that was curated and displayed in the V&A at the end of 94, beginning of 95. The Streetstyle exhibition was co-curated by Amy Delahaye, Kathy Dingwall, and Ted Polhemus. It took nearly 3 years of research from many supporting researchers, consultants from many different subcultures, design, marketing, and promotion to create what has become, in museological terms, specifically curatorial and collection studies, a seminal exploration of a seldom addressed theme, that which is diverse, hidden, beneath, different from the norm, i.e. subcultures. For the past 12 months, the Centre for Fashion Curation has worked on an idea to continue these conversations, using this exhibition as our stimulus for discussion. What did the exhibition aim to achieve, and what did it actually achieve? We look at it from many different perspectives, from curatorial, image-making, writing, audience responses, professional responses, historical, contemporary, past, and future. Today's symposium presents a range of people, some of whom worked on the original Streetstyle exhibition, some of whom have studied, written, or created images about, and responded to the exhibition over the past 25 years. We are very lucky to have some guests in the audience who were consultants on the original exhibition in 94. This is a more relaxed symposium than most, and that we may direct some questions your way. To the consultants and to others who have thought about subcultures a lot over the years. This will contextualize and add flavor to today's discussions and outcomes. Rosie Finley, who worked with us to craft this symposium, Amy and I, have developed a profile of interesting people, we think, to talk with us about these questions and responses. The aim is to establish the context Streetstyle as an exhibition was developed in the early 1990s, socially, culturally, historically. It then goes on to explore how the exhibition was crafted and thought through, how the research developed, and who participated in that. We then move on to consider capturing, through image-making, subcultures then and now, in 1994 and 2019. What has changed and what hasn't changed? After lunch, we continue with a focus on mods and image making through subcultural style. We then talk about the curation of the recently opened exhibition Streetstyle, From Teddy Boys to Grime Kids, which we commissioned as part of the project on subcultures and as a response to the original 94 exhibition. We hear from a recent symposium held at LCF on subcultures and representation in the media that we believe will add to the context of today's discussions. We end on reflections on contemporary perspectives on subcultures and styles before Rosie offers a recap of the day as a way of proffering some thoughts for the future. This symposium forms part of a wider body of work that the Centre for Fashion Curation has inspired at LCF, that the college is using as a theme, subcultures, for the next 12 months. So I just wanted to quickly introduce you to our online archive. And this is sort of just some screenshot grabs. Hopefully you can see the link down the bottom here. Part of this college-wide project was to commission Rosie Findlay and Daniel Caulfield-Strickland to create what we are calling an online archive of information that can be used by not only interested publics, but students, academics, and for the university's outreach teams, to inspire, engage, appeal, and help us raise new questions for the next 25 years of analysis around subcultures. We commissioned a number of creative people to work with us to explore the legacy of the exhibition and to interrogate subculture in 2019 and 20. So you can just see there's some links along the bottom of the page there as you scroll down on the original page. Olivia Rose is an alumni of the BA Fashion Photography course here at LCF, and she has created and continues to create for us a series of portraits of people that she has found to explore and consider where subcultures lie in today's society, from many different perspectives as well: style, social pressures, self-image, creation, and identity. Her work will continue to be uploaded over the next few months, so do keep on checking the site. Belinda Naylor is an alum of the MA Fashion Curation also here at LCF, and she has spent time over the last few months creating 4 podcasts, each aiming to reflect on curatorial considerations and context, creating exhibitions on subcultures, cultural, historical, political meanings around the British black community and dress, street style in 2019, with young people's perspectives on street style and subcultures from an international perspective. And then finally, the final podcast is on grime as a subject, used to interrogate more closely the relationships between fashion and music. And if you haven't been already, please go to an exhibition that Tori Turk, also an alum of the MA Fashion Curation, curated at Trinity Art Gallery. It's down in Canning Town, so you just need to jump on the Jubilee line or the DLR. And it's a response to the original 94 exhibition. And we'll be talking to Tori later on this afternoon. So, to finish, today is very much about contextualizing, re-evaluating, re-looking, in modern terms, slow-looking, and legacy of an exhibition that inspired discussion, puzzled as many people as it inspired, and set in motion a debate on objects, everyday fashion, and museums that reverberates to this day. So, our first speaker is Amy Delahaye, and she's going to help us set the context for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, welcome. Oh, I've got the mic on.
Yeah.
Hasn't come on. Oh, it has. Hello, welcome to London College of Fashion. It's wonderful because we've got lots of people who were involved in the exhibition in 1994. We've got alumni from our MA Fashion Curation students who've responded, and we've got current students here. So welcome. I was appointed as curator of 20th century dress at the V&A in 1991, and the collection policy at the museum then was unashamedly elitist, and the focus was upon design that led. in 1991, what became really apparent was that it wasn't only the design that we saw on the catwalk that was leading, it was also subcultures. And whereas in the past, high fashion had filtered down to the cheapest levels of production and subcultures had existed as completely distinctive alternatives to high fashion, in 1991, we started seeing all sorts of subcultures appearing on the catwalk, and not just one or two, like sort of Zandra Rhodes' conceptual chic collection from 1977. We saw things like Jean-Paul Gaultier using cyberpunk and skinhead, and there was an incredible mixing. And so it really could be argued that if we focused upon design that led, actually we should be collecting subcultural style as well. So the exhibition had two theses. One was to collect subcultural clothing from the 1950s to the present day. And the second was to ask high fashion designers to identify which subcultures had inspired their work and ideally give us an outfit. So it linked the two collections. But the really scary bit was that we were committed to doing an exhibition where we had no subcultural clothes. We didn't know that we'd be able to get them. And also, subcultures are about reacting against sort of convention, and to persuade people that we were going to put their subcultural clothing into what was essentially a white, middle-class, elite cultural institution with some sort of integrity, it took a lot of convincing. So I keep everything. And partly the head of department at the V&A said to me, photograph everything, photograph everywhere you go. And so I used to walk around with a 35mm film and photograph everything, and I'm so pleased because that's actually formed the research that we've all drawn upon. And one of the slides was just this bunch of old boots. So these are 25 years old. They're my terrible pictures, but I didn't want to upgrade them because actually they are what they are, and there's a beauty just being like that. And then my first lecture notes that I brought with me today, because actually, very strangely, what I would say now is exactly what I said in 1994, whereas quite often you'd look back on a project and reflect and say how you'd do it differently. So every lecture I used to start saying, New Age travellers clobbered ex-army boots, DIY punk clothes, greasers customised cut-downs and shredded psychobilly jeans, are not items usually associated with the V&A. Yet they now have a validity and form a significant part of the textiles and dress collection and were recently displayed in the Streetstyle exhibition. So when we did the Streetstyle exhibition, it's pre-internet. This is my first ever word processor. No mobile phone. We went on the streets, we walked, we talked to people, and it became a very collegiate affair. There was a big group of us involved. Sean Cole, who's here today, Carol Tullock, who's not here but is filmed, and I'll go on to describe it. This is one of the leaflets that we produced for the exhibition. So when I started at the V&A, the only garment that had any relationship, and it's a very loose relationship, to high fashion was Zandra Rhodes' conceptual chic collection from 1977, which was a sort of luxury rendition of punk. That was the only link. And interestingly, Tori in her exhibition has borrowed these two dresses, and they're at the exhibition Ben was describing. So colleagues and I walked the streets. We clearly couldn't display the clothes like we normally would in an exhibition, so we went and looked at shops to see how they displayed the clothes for inspiration. We talked to people. The Face is a shop that was in Carnaby Street. This was my friend Fabian, who worked in the gay sex shop in Brighton. We just walked and talked to people. Is there a club? Is there a specialist publication? Is there a newsletter? Do you have a notice board? Because we had to get into networks of people. And so we, after an awful lot of thought, we decided we were going to try and get into networks of people and find one person who would act as what we called our specialist advisor. And they were a person who had a special insight into that subculture, often were a member of that subculture, but they would form the liaison and hopefully tell people they knew that the project was going to be undertaken with some sort of integrity. And one of those special advisors who helped extraordinarily is Judy Westacott, who I'm over the moon to see and haven't seen for 25 years. And welcome, Judy. We're going to ask you questions later. And we worked with Ted Polimas, who was an anthropologist, and he did a lot of work on this map. This map took us ages. We tried to identify the beginning of every subculture, when there was a revival style, and how the stylistic impact of one subculture influenced another. So this document took a huge amount of time. So what became really clear early on was that there was no such thing as typical, no such thing as representative. I remember Sean and I having a conversation one day about new romantics, and I lived in Brighton, had been a new romantic, and Sean had been in London. And I remember saying to him, that's not what new romantics were. And he was like, yes, it was. And we realised, even in the space of about 50 miles, that there was variation. So we became very aware that there's no such thing as representative, there's no such thing as typical. We're simply going to collect the head-to-toe outfit of one person who self-defined as a member of a subculture. So if somebody said, I was a skinhead, a new romantic, a psychobilly, and this is what I wore, that was what we wanted. And the funniest thing after the exhibition was keep walking around the galleries, and all you could hear people saying was, I was a psychobilly and that's not what I wore. I was a punk and that was not what I wore. So amongst our specialist advisors was someone called Sarah Callard on the right, who came to work with us, and she did work finding travellers. So she went to the Forest of Dean, and she met a group that called themselves the Dongas. They were living there, camping in trees, protesting against road developments. And what was extraordinary about this project was it challenged all the systems in the V&A. So Sarah went down to the Forest of Dean. She's working with Fraggle and her partner. Fraggle's an assumed name. Fraggle doesn't have a telephone. She doesn't have a bank account. The V&A pay people by cheque. And the one thing we did feel very strongly was we normally got things as gifts, and we felt very strongly that everyone who had an outfit, we should pay them something, and it was a standard amount. So the whole museum got involved, because we'd have to go to the accounts department and say, look, come on. Come on. You can give us cash. And they'd be, no, that's not how the museum works. But in the end, the museum got on board. And the project was very inclusive in its nature. And so, the people who worked in the galleries, it became a very collegiate project. And in the past, there'd been a lot of texts on subcultures, and there'd been exhibitions about photographs, but there'd never been an exhibition that collected the material culture, the clothing of subcultures. And whereas high fashion tended to be dominated by women's dress, subcultures tended to be an emphasis upon menswear. So we went out of our way to try and get clothes worn by men and as well as women, and revival styles. John Stewart was our specialist consultant for the rocker section. At the V&A, if you want Dior, you want Chanel, you want Yves Saint Laurent, I remember just picking up the phone and saying, hello, it's Amy from the V&A. I'm doing an exhibition, I'd like this. And they'd usually say, OK, come over. And it's before designers all had archives. And it was easy. Or I could find clients. Finding these clothes that were produced in infinitely huger quantities was much, much harder. Not least because the clothes meant so much to the people that owned them. So there were men that were clearly teddy boys in the gallery. And because you could tell still they'd got the same hair and the same shoes, even though they were wearing a uniform. And I'd say, you're clearly used to be a teddy boy. Have you got anything? And one of them said to me, I have, but you're not having it. I'm going to be buried in it. So it was really hard to get a lot of the clothes, because if people had kept them, they meant the world to them. And also, there was a natural suspicion about putting these, in a gallery. But we acquired about 90% of the clothes that were exhibited. But the one of the sections that we couldn't collect was the rockers. And John Stewart had been a rocker, and he'd got this garage full of rockers' clothes. And it's such a funny experience when you're used to going to the V&A sort of with a notepad going to, posh houses and design houses. And you go there and he chucks them on the street and says, OK, I've got this, this and this, and you're making all these notes. And I say, OK, I'm going to come back. And then you come back in a week. And he says, oh, so-and-so's gone with that. Oh, that's been nicked. It was so hard to keep track of it. And so this was the rocker display in the exhibition. Now, the display was hugely important. We couldn't display it like high fashion, clearly. And mannequins are always one of the major issues in a museum. They're one of the highest costs, but they make such a difference to how an exhibition looks. And on the whole, museums have custom-made museum mannequins, or they use retail mannequins. And retail mannequins promote ideals of beauty, which this exhibition wasn't about. And I think, looking back now, I realised quite how radical it was. So 25 years ago, I wrote in my lecture, mannequins, thought long and hard. Clearly conventional mannequins inappropriate. Didn't want white European supermodel type, 6 foot tall, size 8. Wanted them to be without race, gender or sexuality. So we chose a mannequin that was called a flatback, had them painted like rusty metal, and they had height adjustable poles because I wanted the gallery peopled, not with standard size. And what became really apparent as well was that the nuances of the clothes were really, really important. So the skinhead's turn-ups had to be just the right amount above his boots. So the mannequin had to be exactly the right height. So all the clothes we got, where it was a head-to-toe outfit from someone, we didn't make any attempt to do wigs and makeup, which would have been ludicrous. We asked them for photographs, we asked them for testimony. So ideally, every label had a statement from the person saying, these are the clothes I wore for these reasons. Ideally with a snapshot of them wearing those or something very similar. And in the background, we had masses of photographs of subcultural members. And very, very few props. The bike was one of them, because people had never really looked at the clothes before, and that was our objective. The technology for music to change as you move through space had just come out, and we couldn't afford it. So every specialist advisor was asked to choose one song that they felt personified their subculture. And I've been going through files at the V&A and found this. So this was the music track that played in the exhibition. This was the punk and the new romantic display. And we gave voice where possible. Not everyone responds when you say, can I get testimony? So we tried to speak to people. If they didn't want to give us their own statement, we went to them and asked. But the bottom line was that we checked every single label with every person, and every single person who had an outfit in the exhibition was invited to come in before the exhibition opened and make any adjustments that they felt appropriate. So these are some labels that we wrote for punk. A lot of people will know the exhibition wasn't a very harmonious affair, which was a shame. So Ted Palimas wrote the book. He wrote text panels that we were allowed to comment upon, but not allowed to change unless they were factually correct. We wrote clothes labels that he could comment upon, but couldn't change unless they were not factually correct, which is what the documentation here is. And one of the things that I just couldn't find was a teddy boy suit, which seemed extraordinary. And if I'd met Mr. Roger Burton, who's sitting here a little earlier, he had them like about 5 miles away. So if you do a call out in the media, it can be disastrous because people just bombard you with things. They send stuff in boxes. And at the V&A, you have to document it all. You have to list it, you have to send it back, or you have to offer it to other institutions before you dispose of it. It's so much work. So we did some very targeted requests. One of them was in The Independent, and one of them was on the Clothes Show. And in Tori's exhibition, I got a shock because I'd kept the VHS video and I'd given it to her, and in her exhibition, I saw myself talking on the Clothes Show saying, we really want a teddy boy outfit. A teddy boy didn't come forward, but Mrs. Pat Essam did. And she lived in Milton Keynes, and so I went to see her, and she said, I was a teddy girl in 1954. I bought a black wool jacket with a velvet collar. I've kept it for 40 years. It means the world to me. It doesn't mean much to my children. I'd really like you to have it. So it meant a huge amount. So I said, what did you wear it with? And she said, I wore it with these tartan trousers with lace-up-the-leg sandals, and it's pat on the left. And she said, I wore it with a full skirt. Now, what looks to us like the most ordinary jacket that you'd wear to the smartest interview, it's really hard to imagine the power that garments like that had in 1954. She says her friend's mum said, like, you're not mixing with her anymore, she's trouble, she's a teddy girl. She's got a black wool jacket with a velvet collar. So the next dilemma is, what do you do when you've only got jackets? Because quite often, when you have, what tends to survive is jackets, because often in any outfit, it's the jacket that makes the strongest expression. So people continue wearing trousers, but the jackets aren't so wearable. So we had two dilemmas. Other museums might have made a mock-up of the tartan trousers, but I always feel really strongly that actually, if it's a jacket, it's a jacket. And just show the jacket. Don't try and make it into anything else. So you can see Pat's jacket on the right. And then a man came forward, Dave Forrest, and he said that he'd saved up and he'd bought a Teddy Boy suit in 1961, 1962, and 1963. Didn't have the trousers, but did have the jackets. And they all stressed how, these garments were saved for, they were valuable, and they meant a lot. Here we've got the funk section and the Rasta section. One of my prime objectives was to broaden the museum's visitor profile, and the exhibition certainly did that. But funnily enough, looking through documentation recently, people did all sorts of surveys in the museum, and a lot of the people that came were asked, would you come back? They said no. Did you only come for the exhibition? Yes. So it doesn't always work. Sean worked on the skinhead section, and we also had interesting dilemmas. One of them was a skinhead called John G. Byrne, who'd been a skinhead since he was about 14, and he was also a gay man. And very, very radically, for 25 years ago, I can't believe the V&A let us do it, we had a section called Gay and Lesbian Style, which we'd now obviously call LGBTQI. And Elizabeth Wilson and various people, Sean Cole said, these are the clothes I wear to express my sexuality. John was gay, and we said to him, okay, well, where do you want to sit? You can go in the gay style section, or you can go in skinheads. He said, first and foremost, I'm a skinhead. So that's where he went. And it's his jacket with skins inked on it. And then Mandy Jarman gave us a Mod Revival suit made from the original Dormoil fabric. And she was the only person who talked in terms of class. And I thought it would come up a lot more. She was the only person whose statement sort of said it was a working class outfit. How long? I've got 2 minutes. One time we got a Northern Soul jacket. Amazingly, the tailor who made it still had the original pattern, still had the original fabric. Keith Mallinson, and we went and saw him, and he remade the trousers. This is the Rasta section. One of the most recent, if not the most recent subculture in the exhibition was Ragga, which was extraordinary because it was Ragga girls, and they were looking to Chanel style, but not in an aspirational way whatsoever, but as a sort of stylistic appropriation, and they wore these extraordinary clothes that were black quilted and put sort of like mock buttons all over them. This was Elizabeth Wilson's lesbian style outfit. And then just very quickly to finish on, these clothes just challenged so much in the museum. I kept coming in with things covered in mud, and we had one store where we put things that were waiting to be accessioned. So there's 18th century lace, there's 19th century clothes, and of course my colleagues are up in arms because I've got boots covered in mud. And there was a whole debate, because of course you keep the mud on the boots, but if you leave the mud on the psychobilly's boots, should we question why we routinely take the dirt out of an 18th century dress? So it created all sorts of debate, and then after the exhibition there was a big conference called Sacred Dirt ? And these were the hippies' Stonehenge stained trousers. And this is just some of the publicity material. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm still on.
You haven't finished yet.
about 3 or 4 weeks before the exhibition opened, we got an invite to another exhibition, and it was from Roger Burton, who had a company called Contemporary Wardrobe, which I discovered later had a zoot suit that we couldn't find, had teddy body clothes, but he did the most amazing exhibition of punk T-shirts. And he put them on body bags hanging from the ceiling. And nobody had exhibited subcultural clothes before our exhibition, and I remember being, completely in awe, and also a bit gutted, because I'd hoped we were going to be the first. And then Roger, we've subsequently become friends, and Roger regularly teaches on our MA Fashion Curation course. Our students go and work with him, and he's written the most amazing book, which he's photographed a lot of his collection. Remind me what your book's called?
Rebel Threads.
Rebel Threads. It's
Morning, everybody.
Great pleasure to introduce Roger Burton.
Where are we?
Ben, where do you want us?
Take a view here.
Okay.
Yeah?
We just need to set up the laptop.
Am I able to? Yeah. Please. Sorry.
Every time I meet Roger, he ends up telling me something completely amazing that he's done in his career that I didn't know. And every time I think he can't have more.
I thought you were going to say something completely different.
No, very, very, very careful in public. It's my role to get you to talk, Roger, but it's also my role to not let you go too far, of course.
Okay. That's good, because I do.
You do. So, we met at your opening.
Yeah.
So could you tell us a little bit about how that exhibition came about, please?
The punk exhibition?
Yeah.
Okay. How did it come about? Right. I think the main thing is that obviously I've been collecting clothes for a long, long time, worked with Westwood and McLaren building their shops and so on and so forth. In the sort of mid-'80s, I had a shop in Covent Garden, which was a hire company, my hire company, Contemporary Wardrobe, and that's where I stored the collection and so on. And we had shop windows, which was great because everybody knew we were there, and you know, it was no problem to attract customers. However, the lease expired, and we had to move out, and after much research, we found this old building in Bloomsbury, and which was it turned out to be an old Victorian horse hospital. And it was actually a bigger space than I needed. It's on 2 floors. If you haven't been, it's quite a remarkable building that we're fighting for again. So we stored the clothes on 1 floor, and decided maybe that in order to mark the occasion that we were there and we were established in this new place, we would have an exhibition. And okay, what we're going to do? Right. Okay. So I had a large collection of Westwood and McLarens. I need to be clicking on this, otherwise it would just be random. Well, whatever, it doesn't really matter. This is my life. Okay. So I gathered together all this my punk collection, but then realised there was holes. So I started to ring around friends who I knew had stuff, of which there were many, and they all seemed very happy to loan stuff. And I got in touch with Malcolm McLaren and Vivian Westwood, and both of them were very happy for the show to go ahead. But actually, Vivian had a few things that she loaned, but Malcolm had nothing. And as the stuff was coming in from various sources, and we were cataloguing it and photographing it and so on and so forth, it became apparent that we'd got something very important here, and almost an example of pretty much everything that they designed between 1971 and 1979. And out of nowhere, well, through a friend of a friend, we found this guy whose name has gone out of my head now, but who used to visit the shop, Let It Rot, Sex, Seditionaries, Too Fast to Live, Too Young to Die. He used to get on the train from Wales and come up to the shop every weekend, and he made notes of when new styles came into the shops, and it was just like, wow. I mean, it was incredible. So we were able to date stuff quite easily. And this is a long story.
I know. We've got time.
All right. So we set about designing the exhibition. Didn't have any budget as such. I was very enthralled with Smithfield Meat Market and the sides of meat all hanging up there. I used to cycle through it quite regularly. I thought, I wonder if there's some way we can incorporate this, like dead meat idea. And so we had these kind of pink vinyl stuffed forms made, and we suspended them from the ceiling and put the clothes on them. And all the time we were mounting the exhibition, I was in the background trying to get hold of Vivian and Malcolm to come along to see the exhibition, and neither of them wanted to. Malcolm was in Paris, Vivian was doing a collection, and so on and so forth. And but eventually, after much kind of many phone calls and faxes in those days, I did actually manage to persuade Malcolm to come along to it. And he said, "Okay, well, I'll come the night before just to have a look at it." And I thought, well, if I can get him, then I'm going to get her. But the thing is, they hadn't spoken for 10 years, so I knew it was going to be uncomfortable. Anyway, eventually, she did agree to come again the night before, and Malcolm arrived. He started talking. Immediately went up to something. Oh yeah, we used to do this. Use this certain screen printer and so on and so on. So I asked him if we could film the event, and he said, yeah, no problem at all. Him talking about it, I designed this, I designed that, in his way. And then he'd been going for about 10 minutes, and then all of a sudden the buzzer rang, and Vivian appeared at the door, chain smoking, and looking sort of very kind of concerned. And anyway, she came in, and we gave her a double brandy, and she stood there for a while, and she wouldn't join in the conversation at all until Malcolm mentioned his son Joe, who had done some printing on a T-shirt as a child, and then Vivian joined into the conversation. And we captured this whole thing on film. It's an hour long. It's an amazing bit of footage. And to my knowledge, it's the only bit of footage of them talking together about that period in their lives, in their creative time together. And we are actually screening it at the end of the month on, I think it's the 29th of November. In the presence of Jordan, who used to work in the shop, who's an old friend of mine, and we're going to be doing a talk afterwards. We're trying to raise money to save the horse hospital, so if you want to get a ticket, come along. and it's also the opening of an exhibition where we're revisiting Vive le Punk. This is what the show was called that Amy was referring to. And we're going to do well, we're calling it Vive le Punk Redressed. And that'll be on for a month until the end of December.
Roger, if I didn't know you, I could look at you and tell that you used to be a mod.
I was indeed a mod, yes. As many of the photos up here, show.
Could you say something about, how you got interested in subcultural clothes and how you started collecting them?
Yeah. I suppose the main thing for me was I was a farmer's son, not really much education, but I was born into a time when there was a lot of interest in clothing in the mod period, and with my peer group, we all just went kind of crazy. By 1964, we were sort of fully fledged mods, and spent all of our money on clothing at that time. For 2 years, maybe slightly more, we were completely obsessed with this style, the music, the drugs, clothes, everything to do with it. And when it ended, it felt like my life had ended, because I was certainly not interested in being a hippie, although I did like the music. And so there was a few kind of renegades among us who started to sort of get interested in clothes from the 1920s and 30s, and we started buying these old kind of demob suits and wearing them. So we were still able to wear a suit, but it wasn't, So it was a kind of extension of mod, and so we got into this look, and that really was my introduction into vintage clothes. My mother was horrified, absolutely horrified. Very proud woman. You do not wear second-hand clothes, or at least dead men's clothes, as she referred to them. And but anyway, she had to go along with it. But that was my introduction into vintage clothes. I bought as much as I could. My grandfather's tie collection was one of the most inspirational things I found, all from the 30s and 40s, and that was really the start of my collection.
And you said it was. You told me in the past that when it started to almost become a collection was when you saw things that didn't fit you, but you had to buy them anyway.
Well, kind of, yes. I mean, it was a funny thing because there was just a few of us that were into this sort of 1920s, 30s look, 40s, 50s, whatever. And we used to trade among ourselves various things. And we had this friend who was a really great photographer. He used to work for Club International, which was a kind of soft porn, girly magazine in the 60s. And he introduced a fashion element into the magazine for the first time, and he would go off to exotic climes, sort of photographing girls, and while he was there, he would be picking up interesting bits of vintage stuff. And primarily, he'd be going to Los Angeles a lot, and he'd come back with the most amazing 1940s painted ties and fabulous suits and so on and so forth. And we used to trade these among ourselves, as it were. And by the end of the 60s, I had a business, kind of buying and selling the things. I was that obsessed with it, and it kind of went on from there, really.
Can you tell us about quadrophenia?
Yeah. So my partner and I, we'd been buying a tremendous amount of clothes throughout the 70s and dealing and buying and selling and so on and so forth. And then, of course, punk came along, 1975, and the market for selling vintage clothes suddenly dropped. It died overnight almost, and I didn't really know what I was going to do, and ended up getting involved with a shop in Covent Garden, which I designed, called PX, and this was a sort of the beginnings of New Romanticism, I suppose, 1977, 1978, because we were a bit too old to be punks, basically, but we still liked that look, and this was a kind of bit of a neo-fascist sort of look to it, but anyway, very, very popular with the press. So I designed the shop, kitted it out, put a lot of stock in there, and so on. But really, the stock we were buying was from a lot of it was from Germany and Holland, and it was very large, long leather coats, but they were huge, and so, which we had to alter to fit, skinny young kids of the day, and so on. And it was apparent that we had to start making clothes, basically, very soon. And so that's what my partners started to do. Well, I wasn't really into the making side of it. I had, this large amount of stock that I needed to sell. So I was, went back onto Portobello Road selling, and one wintry day in 1977, didn't think I was going to sell anything, and this guy walked by, and then he had a look, and he walked by again, and then he kind of came back and said, "Are these 60s clothes?" And I said, yeah, they are actually. They were all. We had some very good 60s suits and women's dresses and so on, and accessories from the period. And he said, "Have you got any more of them?" And I said, "Yeah, I have a warehouse full of them, actually." He said, "Well, would you be able to supply us a film? We're just about to start production on a on a film about mods." Oh, I think I know a little bit about that period. And so this was on a Saturday. By Monday morning, we'd kind of signed a contract with a film company to supply the clothes for this film, which was backed by The Who and going to be called Quadrophenia. And that was how I got involved with it, basically. And it was just, a bit like you and the Streetstyle exhibition. You kind of sign the contract and say yes, and then it's like, oh, right, now you've really got to deliver the goods, And the first thing they asked...
But you had a collection of clothes, I didn't.
Well, I did, but, the first thing they asked for was 150 Parkers. US Army Parkers, and yes, said I, no problem, right? Because basically, I don't know, how many people have seen the film, but there's a lot of fight scenes and people jumping in the sea in Brighton and so on and so forth, and consequently, a lot of stuff's going to get damaged, and so the production company agreed to buy everything, which was great for us because we wanted to get rid of it. However, the first order was 150 Parkers. So the Parker scenario, wow, God almighty. Okay, so I called around we had a few, 10 maybe. Called around all the army surplus places that I knew of in England, and got a few more, but then it was around that time that the government had brought in some legislation about British servicemen's or any serviceman's clothes. No, it was British servicemen. They couldn't be sold as worn on the battlefield, if you like. They had to be changed in some way. Now, we're talking about American servicemen here, but, the English, obviously, they have to do everything by the book, and so they think that, they have to change the American servicemen's clothes as well. So essentially what they were doing with the American Army Parkers were, they would, in most cases, they would take the hood off, take the fur off, take the hood off, and they'd sell the shell as a whole, and then they would slash them, and then sew them up. So they basically it was getting around the rules of whatever. Anyway, to cut a long Parker story short, I ended up buying. I think we got together about 100, but we had to buy the hoods mostly separately from the bodies, and we were buying the hoods from Europe and getting and the bodies from England in various wholesale places, and getting, ladies to sew them back together again and make them look original. That was my Parker story.
At the end of the film,
yeah,
you thought they were going to keep the clothes.
That's right.
And the director said to you?
Yeah, well, what happened was, we were very happy to get rid of all this stock, and get a bit of money, and it was just like, oh, yeah, this is great, And then, in the last days of shooting, the producers got us into their office and said, okay, what you going to do now then? Oh, well, I guess we're going to go back on the road, buying, selling, etc. And he said, what about if you buy this stuff back that wasn't damaged? Because a lot of it wasn't. And I said, well, I don't know. We'll do you a good price, So we bought it. We agreed to buy it back. He said, what you should do is start a hire company. He said, start a rental company. He said, Quadrophenia is going to be a massive success. Going to be loads of films made about youth culture and featuring street style and stuff. And you should capitalize on it. Open a hire company, rent out to these people. I didn't know anything about renting clothes or the film business for that matter. And anyway, okay, so he cut us a good deal. We bought the clothes back for like half price, the ones that we could salvage, and opened we started this hire company and sent out flyers to all the production companies, the film production companies, commercials, TV companies, nothing. Not a dicky bird. And so, all right, okay, what have we done here? So we carried on, buying and selling. And actually we got a little bit of interest from photographers and I know there was London Weekend Television we used to do a series called Till Death Us Do Part.
Right.
And I think we did a suit for Alf Garnett, who was his D-Mob suit or something. It was just little things like that. And we were quite sort of disheartened about it. But anyway, I got sort of sidetracked doing shop designs and so on and so forth. And then a friend of ours who was a writer said, I'm going to write about you guys, because this is really interesting. You've got a great collection here. We're going to get something done about this. So she wrote a piece for the Sunday Times magazine, and slowly but surely the phone started to ring. And that was really the beginning of contemporary wardrobe, and that was, 1979, 1980. And, now it's been going for all this time.
I've just thought, I've often talked about going to your exhibition and the impact and this amazing opening. And it's just dawned on me, I've never asked you about coming to Streetstyle. And you can be as ruthlessly critical as you like. Do you remember when you came to see it? I
do remember, yes.
You won't offend.
No, I came to the opening.
Did you?
Yeah. It was. Well, I think we talked about my, involvement in it in your podcast, didn't we?
Yes, and Yeah, so tell me about the exhibition and then say what you did about Harvey Nichols.
Okay.
So you came to the private view. What was your
I
first
did come
impression?
to the private view. It was a very drunken affair, I seem to remember.
It was.
The
it
foyer
was wild.
was swimming in vodka and ice, was it not?
It was, and I think people might have even been smoking, which is
There
like
was a lot of people smoking, yeah. It was very hard to see the exhibition, to be honest. There were so many people. I don't know. I mean, you know, to me, it was a little overdone, if you want me to be brutally honest. I felt there was a clash. I mean, I know what you were trying to do. I could see exactly what, recreate pages of the magazines, which of that time were kind of full of imagery and I don't know, looking back in history and using old fonts and so on and so forth to illustrate the garments. But I did feel it kind of took away a little bit from the clothes myself.
Okay, I need to correct you.
Go on.
The old font was used in the book. It wasn't used in the exhibition.
Oh, okay, sorry. Right, okay. Well, it was a long
Next
time
criticism.
All right. No, I don't. No, I mean it was. It did feel a little bit like. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm going to go back to my being a mod, which to me came out of working class kids having a pride in themselves and their clothes and how they wore them and what they did and so on and so forth. And to see a suit thrown over a mannequin just kind of went against the grain a little bit.
Yeah, no, I get that.
I felt a little bit like it was all a bit... And it almost did feel intentional to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was a really difficult
I think you can do that with a biker jacket because a biker jacket has a form to it. But, something like a suit is, it needs to look...
No, I agree with you
smart.
completely. I mean, I think I've been a bit of a punk and a new romantic and a goth.
Yeah.
And could the gallery evoke my experience? Well, of course it couldn't. But what it could do was show the clothes. And that's all it... I think we were quite modest in our intentions. It was simply, these are the clothes.
No, absolutely. And
I could be hugely critical too.
It was amazing to see that amount of stuff, in that space and the reaction to it. Yes, and I mean there was lots of I don't know about that, and all that sort of thing going on. But at the end of the day, it was a hell of an achievement to kind of get it all together. And I've tried to sort of mount things which have been a bit difficult. I really wanted to do a Hells Angels exhibition a number of years ago, and Jesus, the politics involved with that was just like unbelievable. Trying to, get these guys to sort of relieve themselves of, one of their jackets was just not easy. And in fact, I'm just going to tell you a little story about on that level. It was nothing to do with that, but when I had a shop in Covent Garden, it was mostly hire, but I decided because I got a few really good pieces to have a little retail section, and one day I got a call from this dealer friend of mine and said, "Oh, I've got something you're going to like." I said, "Oh yeah, what's this?" And this is probably 1983, 4, something like that. He said, "I've got two Angels colours, which is the denim cut-off that they wear over their biker jacket." And in actual fact, they weren't Angels ones. One was Satan's slaves, and the other one was nomads. And they come from New York. And the story goes that their wives had sold them because they needed the money, because these two guys were in prison for murder, allegedly. And they thought, oh, get them out of the country, send them over to England. So me, like a fool, I mean, the guy wanted like £1,000 each for them, which by today's standards is nothing, and I would have easily bought them. But then it was like a lot of money, and I couldn't afford it anyway. And but I should have. I don't know. Anyway, I didn't actually put them on in the window because I knew I was asking for trouble. If I did that, but I put them on the rack and just maybe somebody would come in and buy them and so on. They'd only been there like a week, and my Saturday guy phoned me up and said, I think you might have to get rid of those jackets. We just had a biker in that saw them and said, this is not a good idea to have these. And I said, oh, whatever, just kind of whatever. Anyway, so this was on a Saturday. Monday morning, I got into work, and all 3 plate glass windows down the row had all been diamond etched with, death threats, basically. And I thought, oh, right, okay, I think I better get rid of those jackets.
But why? Because...
Why?
Yeah, I mean, why did they... Who did they upset?
Well, because they're affiliated to the Angels.
Right.
And, those guys, as you say, they get buried in their jackets. They are like... part of them,
Gosh, I think that's a good point to stop on. But we'd like to open up the floor. If anyone else would like to ask Roger any questions.
Thanks. So the archive you have currently, where is it held? Or where is it?
It's in an old Victorian horse hospital in Bloomsbury, just behind Russell Square. A building we've been in for 26 years. It's two levels. We have the collection on one level, and we have exhibitions on the other level. But for the last 15 years, the owners have been trying to get us out, and I think they may have succeeded this time. I don't know. It's all fingers crossed. But basically, we've had our marching orders by the end of December.
So is there anything anyone can do? Because we've written letters of support.
Letters of support.
Can we exploit our audience to support
you?
Yeah,
absolutely. Please, yes. Send us letters of support.
So is the archive, is it like within a controlled environment, or is it just open to the... No.
The rain's not coming through the roof.
Yeah. No, the rain's not coming through the roof. But I do... Again, I have a bit of an issue with museums and climate control and lighting and so on and so forth. Yes, I understand that these things have to last for centuries for other races in other, from other planets to see. But, basically, I'm here now. I want, it's a working collection. And I'm very happy for museums to take it, but it more than often gets used for by fashion designers and on film sets and so on. And so I can't be too precious about it. Of course, we look after the things, but there is always this, as you were saying about the street style. It's like, well, if something has a kind of provenance or with mud on it or whatever. Do you clean the thing or don't you clean it? This is a big dilemma. I have to say, most of the punk stuff that we have has not been cleaned.
Matteo was going to ask a question.
Put your hands up when you're ready.
So I have a question regarding what you said about the street style exhibition. So that you didn't feel somehow that the representation was correct. And like today, I see that the younger generations are fighting for representations in museums. Were you pleased that those subcultures were finally being included in the conversation, or did it just feel like an appropriation and a misrepresentation?
Well, I mean, it's interesting because as you probably see in my slides, there is this book that I've written, this Rebel Threads book, and the punk exhibition that I did, the Vive le Punk exhibition, was actually a preempting to the book and a series of exhibitions about street style. So in that respect, you put me to the post, as it were. It's not, as I said, how I would have done it, but it was interesting to see it done, and I felt then that I didn't have to do it, basically. Again, it was like you and Sean's saying you both had different new romantic looks, and so I could say the same thing, about all those street styles. Things changed in neighbourhoods, not only kind of towns, but just, and so you're always going to get a different interpretation of how people see things, how they present them, and if we were all the same, it would be a very dull world. So, no, I wouldn't have done a street style exhibition like that, but I still appreciate the fact that it was done. If that answers your question. I don't know.
Got one down here.
Hi, thank you. Actually, this is kind of a follow-on. I had a similar question. So, both Roger and Amy, my observation of looking at the pictures of street style, both as a curator and exhibition designer, is that actually these are two different issues. And I'd wondered also if your comment about overdone also is reflecting on the style of the presentation more than the representation of the individual subcultures. And Amy, I also wondered if you could reflect on that. I mean, not having been at the V&A myself in 1994, how different this was from the aesthetic of any kind of display at the V&A at the time.
Well, the V&A had always exhibited exclusive fashion. I mean, there'd been odd exhibitions of sort of things like small exhibitions on Burberry. There'd been exhibitions that weren't couture, but they were top level, or certainly boutique-y fashion. And historically, they'd gone from sort of putting things into like room setting environments to feeling that, if you don't put other objects in a room setting environment, why should you feel you've got to do that with clothes? So in 1983, the Dress Gallery was restaged by Valerie Mendes, very much with a focus upon clothes can speak for themselves. They don't need props, they don't need contextual kind of signifiers. And so there were cases with just clothes, so your eyes focused on the clothes. To have the clothes barren would have seemed bizarre. It almost felt like it had to be a kind of cacophony of images, and also because, everyone's interpretation was different. But it really was, I felt, okay to say, I self-define as. I mean, that's a term we use now, but we were using that 25 years ago. If I say I'm a skinhead and this is what I wore, actually it was amazing to get any skinhead who had clothes who was prepared to give them to us. But by having all the contextual images, it showed you different alternatives, but it also showed you the dynamic of movement, of hair, makeup, but also posture and gesture, which our mannequins absolutely didn't do. It's hard doing an exhibition. You can write about things, but the physicality of doing an exhibition with very limited resources, you kind of do the best you can. Also, it's a team effort, so it's not like it's your vision. We had very different opinions to Ted Polimus. In the V&A, you don't choose your designer, you get given one. And their attitude on the whole is you do the clothes, we do the design, in a way that now it's much more integrated. Frankly, I'm amazed we had as much freedom as we had, looking back at the culture of the museum at the time. It is what it is. I think we knew we were going to get slated, and so every talk we used to start off by saying before we got slated, it's a start, we're quite modest about it, this is what we did. And that's what I suppose I would still say. It was a start. I hoped the V&A would continue building the collection, but, curators are busy, they've got their own preoccupations. But what I was very pleased about recently was about 3 months ago, a young curator in the department said, could you have a cup of tea with me? And wanted to talk about it, and said that actually, for the first time, lots and lots of people are coming to make appointments to see the clothes. So I was really pleased about that. Yeah.
I'll tell you, another thought about that exhibition, which I hadn't really kind of maybe considered before was, when was it? 1994.
It was November 94 till about February 94.
So there was
95.
very few of the displays in there that, or at least the subcultures that were current. They were all in retrospect.
No, they weren't.
Not all of them. No, okay, but a majority of them, like, you know, teddy boys and skinheads and mods and rockers and so on and so forth. The point I was trying to make was that they were already in retrospect. They had been revived, and whenever you get a revival, you get a reinterpretation. I mean, I've seen it with mod and skinhead and so on and so forth. You always get a reinterpretation. And so in that respect, that exhibition was a reinterpretation of the reinterpretations of the original.
Yeah.
So, in fact, it was probably quite authentic to the time.
It was the best we could do, but I'm thinking with Judy helped us get, like, worked on the Teddy Boy section, and we got the 50s Teddy Boy jackets, and then Judy, I think we had your Teddy Girl suit from the 70s as a revival style. So we tried to chart the original manifestation of the subculture and then subsequent revivals. I mean, you can't always get the clothes, but...
Yeah. Oh, is that it? Time up.
I think that actually does indicate time up.
But you know what I'm saying.
I didn't have a mobile phone then.
But you know what I'm saying. I mean, because you know at that time, you know, Face Magazine, ID, or throughout the 80s. I mean, they were promoting these revivals that were happening and so on, and they were all reinterpreting them in different ways, and so it was kind of current, I suppose. Just thinking about.
Are we about good for time, Ben?
Yeah, we do need to move on. We have a 15-minute break now. Please come back just after past, when we will continue. As I mentioned, toilets that side and toilets back out these doors through here and to your right. See you in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Very good.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you.
Oh, dear.
When I bring guest speakers in, I do the same thing. It's very kind of informal chit-chat.
Anything? Okay.
Oh, do you?
So we have some guest speakers in.
And what do you teach?
Fashion communication and styling.
I haven't really thought of this. Really, my job is to get you to talk about your various roles, if that's
Okay.
right. So if I get you each to introduce yourself, and then I'll just get us talking about how we did it. I'm thinking it's probably good, just chronologically, if Darla talks about...
Hello, can you hear me?
If we move on to Sean, then we talk about yours as a future street.
We're going to push ahead. Thank you. Sorry for any quandary and perplexedness about the break. We didn't actually have tea and coffee ordered for this session for the break, because we thought it was only 15 minutes. We'd get you out, get you back in again. Anyway, there is tea and coffee being served at the lunch break. This session is an hour long, and it's an hour long for a reason. We have a number of people here who were involved in one way or another with the original 94 exhibition. So we'll get them talking for about half an hour. We then are really lucky to have got the time with Amy and Carol Tulloch, who also worked on the original exhibition. We filmed about 20 minutes worth of film for her. So in about half an hour's time, we're going to play that film for you. After that film, we'll have a Q&A session for about 10 minutes, then we'll move on to the next session, which is about capturing subcultures. Okay, take it away, team.
Okay. We felt it was critical that Carol was represented, and she's not in the country. So I just did a conversation with her on film, trying to get the information and get her to discuss in a way that I'm going to get my colleagues to discuss now. So if you would please just introduce yourselves. From Sean.
I'm Sean Cole. I'm currently Associate Professor of Fashion at Winchester School of Art, and I was one of the research assistants on the Streetstyle exhibition.
In your capacity as?
Sorry, not doing this very well. In my capacity, at the time, I was a curator in the Prints and Drawings department, so one of my roles was to look at what we had in the museum that might represent street culture in some way. There was some stuff, but not very much stuff, some photographic material. There was also a very small budget to buy a few bits and pieces. And then, through a set of complicated conversations, I was then also the researcher on the skinhead section and what became the lesbian and gay section.
And
I'm happy to say something more about later.
We'll come back to it, but the only night that I went to a nightclub for this entire exhibition was with... I made Sean come with me one night because we were given a cyberpunk outfit for the film Akika. If I remember rightly, I was trying to remember this last night, just in case you asked me about this. It was, I think it was the party for the premiere for Almodovar's Kika, and Gaultier agreed to give us one of the outfits, and so we had to go to, I think it was the Love Muscle night at the Fringe. So, for those of you who were in London at that time might know what that was like. And I think we had to go up on stage and be given this outfit, and then battle our way through a kind of drunken whatever night, Tuesday night. It was hosted by Lily Savage, and we were told that we had to go up on stage and receive it on behalf of the V&A. It was like, and I was like, there's no way I'm doing this on my own, Sean.
I think I blanked that.
Anyway, thank God, Lily Savage forgot. So at the end of the evening, Sean and I had to drag this great big coffin-like wooden box across the dance floor and get it into a taxi in Brixton, go back to his flat at about 1 o'clock in the morning, and then get it to the V&A the next day. That was one of Sean's extracurricular activities.
I never went home from the fridge at 1 o'clock in the morning. So it was a completely new experience.
Yeah, and I didn't stay up till 1 o'clock. I'm Darla.
I'm Darla Jane Gilroy, and I'm a reader in Knowledge Exchange at London College of Fashion, and I'm also a programme director for the craft courses at London College of Fashion. And I suppose the reason why I'm here is that my mother came to Britain in 1952 from British Guyana, and the outfit that she wore and the coat that she first bought when she came to London was included in the Streetstyle exhibition. I was a designer at the time of the exhibition, and throughout the 80s and 90s, I had my own designer label. I had shops in the King's Road. I was probably, in some of those clubs with you, Sean, but we didn't know each other then. And I suppose the elephant in the room about me is that I was also in the Ashes to Ashes video, which is something I've never been allowed to forget.
Could you say a little, please, do you mind talking about your mother a little bit? She just had a very strong sense of style, and
she did, and I think it's no coincidence I ended up working in fashion. I think she came here from a culture where there were a lot of craft skills. She grew up in a huge extended family of 13 aunts and uncles, predominantly women. So making, craft skills, sewing, embroidery were kind of collective communal activities that went on in the family. So she came to Britain, I think, at a time when it was post-war. There was still rationing here. She had grown up in an environment where they were getting a lot of things from America. So she came with stockings, she came with denim jeans, she came with shoes and clothes and all sorts of things. And people literally stopped her in the street and were amazed at what she was wearing. I think it was also a time when there were very few immigrants coming from the Caribbean in Britain. It was at the beginning of that journey. So she always says that when she walked into a room, a pin dropped. And people were very surprised to see her. Some people were quite amazed by what she was wearing. So she always felt that her appearance was something that she should use to her advantage because she was going to be noticed anyway.
Thank you. And then, Gavin, how did we meet in the first place?
I think the contact... I'm Gavin Fernandez. I'm a senior lecturer currently at Middlesex University, and I used to teach here as a senior lecturer until 2012. And also, I studied the MA Fashion Photography course when I was teaching here too. Going back to 93, 94, it was actually Debbie Simfield, who was a school friend of mine who worked in the office.
She was the secretary of Textiles and Dress.
In Textiles and Dress. And we just met at a bus stop in Bosses Bar, and she just said, my colleagues are working on a street style exhibition, and I think I had just styled the cyberpunk story with Steve Pike. And I think I talked to her about that, and I think she said that it's on the wall at the V&A, I think in the office. So the appointment was to come and meet you and Kathy.
Right. Because that was the way I couldn't remember how we'd met.
Yeah, and I think you were interested in me and my cyberpunk story and where I got the clothes, and would you like to produce something for the street style exhibition? So yeah, that was the story.
Okay, and then you worked on a section that I believe we called Future Street Style.
Yeah, because I said I kind of ran dry with the cyberpunk story. I think I just worked on so many projects up until from 91 to 93, 94, and I think I just ran dry with, I exhausted the cyberpunk style, and I just said, street style is amazing because it goes from 1940-45, 50 years into 1994, and I thought, that's great. Well, what happens if you go another 50 years into the future and go to 2045? What would happen? What would things look like? And then I think all of you just said, well, go ahead and do it. And I was like, wow, okay, well, job, like you say, like I think we were talking, Richard, we were talking about earlier, like if you get the commission, then go ahead and do it. So then I had to run around and find a whole load of clothing, which ended up about 100 pieces of clothing and accessories that made up the Future Street Style collection.
And how many? It was about 10, 15 mannequins that you dressed?
Yeah, I think about 13. And I remember bringing them in. My dad drove them in a car to the Victorian Albert Museum, and he just sat outside waiting, and I just casted them in 3-4 suitcases, laid them on the table in front of yourself, Kathy Dongwall, and Valerie Mendez. And I remember you saying, this is great, like, let's put 4 or 3 in the street style collection. And then you said the rest would go into the glass case in the Textiles and Dress. I couldn't believe it. I thought I won the lottery. I just thought, the only thing you show in a glass case was Comme des Garçons, and how can you show recent graduate work and recent designer work in there? And you did.
Brilliant.
It was amazing.
Yeah. Sean, could you say something about could you say something about collecting gay and lesbian dress? Because we had long debates about what to include and what not to include in the exhibition. I worked very closely with a curator called Cathy Dingwall in the Textiles and Dress department, who we really wanted to be here today but couldn't be. And Ted Polimas, I remember, felt very strongly that we had preppies in the subcultural exhibition, and we felt ever so strongly that preppies weren't subcultural. And the thing about doing an exhibition is that it isn't one person's vision, and so there were preppies in. But we started talking, and when we were working on this exhibition, there'd been a lot of... I was getting an awful lot of clothes from young men whose partners had died of AIDS, and Sean was doing a lot of work with AIDS graphics. So it was a really distressing time. And we talked, didn't we? And we talked about whether it was appropriate then to have, was gay and lesbian style, was it subcultural, was it not? We were putting ourselves on the line anyway, and were we really going to throw ourselves to the wolves?
It was one of those interesting things, I think, that happened, because I shared a flat with someone who was photographed by Ted quite a lot. And Ted had said to him, we're doing this exhibition, would you be interested in being involved? And he said, no, it's not really my thing, but you should speak to my flatmate, who works for V&A. And, I'd already been talking to you about doing stuff from the Princeton Drawings Department, because we've got to know each other through working. And I think the initial idea, I seem to recall, was Ted had this idea that there was the kind of hypermasculine 1970s clone look, and he was also photographing a lot at, or had been at, the Kinky Galinky nightclub, which is very much in his, which I'd gone to. And I think the idea was that we kind of looked at that, and I said, well, you know, I can't do that. That's really stereotypical. It's like, you know, hyper-masculine, drag queens. What about gay women? What about, well, we didn't go as far as BT and the rest, did we, at that point? It was definitely lesbian and gay. And so, you know, Amy said, well, go ahead and go away, write a report. And so she introduced me to Elizabeth Wilson, who, sorry, I wasn't supposed to mention. But we started talking and looking, and eventually I wrote the report that did this. And then the debate came about then, well, where do you put a lesbian and gay section? You know, where does that appear? And every other subculture appeared in the exhibition at its point of emergence. So that would have made, technically, the lesbian and gay section before any of the others. However, I guess one of the things, the difficulty, and you talked with Roger about this, the difficulty when you've got an exhibition is, what have you got to show? How are you going to display this from an exhibition? And at first it was quite hard to find material. I think initially we had things from the 70s, so, okay, we can put it there. And then as part of that call where you got the Teddy Boy jacket, Teddy Girl jacket, John Hardy responded, who'd worked at the first off-Carnaby Street boutique before John Stephen, called Vince's Man Shop. And John had worked there as a model, and he had some jeans and a shirt and a catalogue. And so we included him. So we had a point at which we could say, we have an outfit from 1954, therefore we can place the lesbian and gay style in 1954. However, it still caused all sorts of hoo-ha, and there was a debate about, did it have its own section, did it not have its own section, how did we place that, what did we do about it? In fact, I've recently kind of gone back and reflected on this and how things have changed, which is something we could perhaps talk about later.
I'm just thinking, John Hardy, I remember John Hardy coming in very clearly because he didn't actually reply to a call. We used to have at the V&A what was called Opinions Afternoon every Tuesday, and people would just, I mean, I was 30, people would turn up with some Georgian buttons, you know, a fake Chanel bag, you know, and you on the spot had to try and say something intelligent about them, which, you know, is a really tall order. And then one day in the Opinions Afternoon, the man who we became to know as John came in with a friend, and he brought me these clothes, and I looked at them, and I remember thinking, shall I say this or not? And I thought, oh, just say it. And I said, could this be described as gay style? Which 25 years ago, it's a difficult thing to say. And he looked and paused, and then he said, yes. And I said, can I call my colleague Sean? And then Sean came over, and we talked, and he gave us, he'd modelled in the Vince catalogue, he'd got clothes that he'd worn, and he'd got a photograph of himself that you used in your book at the Chelsea Arts Club ball, dressed in drag.
No, he's not in drag.
He's not in drag.
He's with a man in drag, and he told the this isn't all going to be about me, otherwise, but I won't. But you know, I went on to do more work on gay style. But one of the things John said is that it was the first time he'd been to a public gay event, and he was asked to dance, and started dancing with this young woman. He thought, oh, that's fine, and then suddenly realised that actually the young woman he was holding his hands wasn't actually a young woman. It was a beautiful young man in a dress. But I think, you know, his conversation was really pertinent to our discussions about how we did this. And I think one of the frustrations for me at first where lesbian and gay style appeared was it's the 1960s, which there's a logic there with the partial decriminalisation, so it made sense there in some ways. And it worked out bizarrely, coincidentally, didn't it, that the skinhead section was opposite. So the John G. Byrne outfit you talked about earlier happened to be opposite the lesbian and gay section, which allowed for a kind of conversation. And, you know, one of the things I was thinking about when you and Roger were talking is that memory of, you know, where people were and who you were and how you remember your own subcultural affiliations. And, you know, partly for me, it was amazing to be a curator at the V&A. it was amazing to be able to talk about my continuing misspent youth and cultural affiliation and changing cultural affiliation, but also that pleasure to be able to talk to other people about that and how you try to work out. And I remember thinking with the Lesbian and Gay Style, we tried to get hold of a 1950s butch lesbian suit. And I spoke to a number of women, and they said, we didn't keep them, it wasn't anything important. But then we had this debate, well, how do you show a masculine-styled suit on a female body, on a mannequin, without movement, without the kind of the gesture? And I think one of the things that was so difficult for that exhibition, it's any exhibition of dress, but particularly for something like subculture, and I was just talking to Paul Sweetman about this earlier, is how do you get that sense of what it's like to be part of a subculture? How do you get the pose, the attitude, the swagger, the way in which you put those? It's not just a matter of having... And I remember distinctly why this sticks so much in my mind was that the conversation about the lesbian gay style section was about, well, how do you put those clothes on the body? It was like, well, how do you do that with any of these sections? You know, it was an issue, I think, for displaying... And, you know, I still think it's amazing that the V&A agreed to do this. You know, I think it changed... It's a shame in some ways, I think, that it hasn't gone on collecting in the same way. But I think it did open up the opportunity for subculture to be discussed in a different kind of way.
It also gave an opportunity to different sorts of curators because on my first day, I was asked, had I gone to Oxford or Cambridge because there was a competition going on in the department? Well, they knew I hadn't been. And it was actually, I mean, in spite of my name, you know, I'm not middle class. And it was an opportunity for curators who hadn't had, you know, a certain sort of life to curate exhibitions, and Cathy wasn't. And it kind of put us in our own as well. And it meant, you know, it's a new generation of curators who can come and do a different sort of project rather than not having been to Oxford or Cambridge. And actually, it was a big decision for me to... I mean, I wanted the job, but it was also a very big decision for me to accept it. And I said, when I was offered it, I want to come and spend a day because I thought if I'm not going to fit in, I'm not going to do the job. So it was very different.
I think the point that you've made, Sean, about keeping things is really important because I think that was the moment at which I realised that actually my everyday clothes, I should be keeping them. And I think when you go through things like punk and new romanticism, you know, we were making clothes on a daily basis, minute by minute, and then discarding them. And suddenly there was an opportunity to see that might be important and significant. And I've probably collected things ever since, actually.
Which is amazing. But after the exhibition, one of the legacies was that Sean and Carol went on to do an exhibition about Black British street style.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I think that why street style was good was that it while it had all of its kind of issues and concerns, maybe, the fact we're still talking about 25 years today, I think, is significant. But, you know, got to meet Carol Tulloch. That's how we first met, working on this exhibition. And, you know, 10 years later, we did an exhibition called Black British Style, which, again, Darla's mother's outfit was in. And some of the outfits from Street Style were in it. And it wasn't an exhibition that was exclusively about street style. But I think in some ways, without having done street style, I don't think the V&A would ever have considered doing that exhibition. I think the contemporary programme that I worked with and the Black British Style exhibition was part of, and the Fashion in Motion that Claire Wilcox had kind of been heavily involved in creating, this whole idea about how this imperialistic, monolithic, upper-class institution, I can say I don't work there anymore, I can say what I like about it now, I guess. Be careful with my colleagues I might want to work with in the future. But, you know, I think the V&A knows it was like that. And it went through a big change. I think street style was very much part of, you know, that whole discussion about new museology and the way the museum changed and who museums were for and how people approached them. And Black British Style, I think, was another phase and another wave of that allowed a different kind of... I remember the types of people who came saying the same kinds of things as the people who came to the streets. So, like, I would never have come to this museum if this exhibition hadn't been on. I'm so pleased to be able to see myself, while I also find it really uncomfortable that I see myself in this format, in this kind of aspic almost of an exhibition. So, you know, I think it is important. I think, hopefully, other institutions. And I think we've seen a lot of, I think Streetstyle did open up for other kinds of exhibitions of this nature. Not that it was the first, as you both, Roger, said, to look at Streetstyle, but it did really open up a floodgate. And I think, the first thing that does something is never perfect, is it? And nothing can ever be perfect. But it's about opening up the conversation. I think, for me, and I know I was involved in it, I have a kind of biased view. And I think, bringing together all those amazing people, all of those researchers, you've mentioned Judy's here and various other people here today, that got to work together and talk about the thing that were so passionate about, that suddenly was seen as something that was worth talking about.
I think we did try to do it with integrity. I mean, we talked about it endlessly. We consulted lots of people. We tried to do it, I think, with integrity, which actually, when it comes to it, that's the best you can ever do. Gavin, I thought, did you help us with Bhangra?
No, not that section. I'm not sure who you worked with on that. No, I was just
so you did the contemporary section.
Yeah. That was the only.
And have you gone on to do work that's
reflects?
Yeah.
I have actually, and the very first sort of story I did that was published in Second Generation magazine reflected on skinhead culture, kind of fused with Asian Indian culture.
Because I remember seeing your work in magazines after we met you.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And,
that was post.
Yeah,
That
and
was
then we met you, and then you started doing
Yeah.
this work, and I just remember thinking,
right.
this is extraordinary as
Yeah,
well.
that was 96. Yeah, that was after. Yeah, I get confused. So, and then following that story called Skin 2 was based on my sisters, because I grew up in Upton Park when my parents moved to England. And in 68, I was born in 65. So in my kind of lifetime, I've sort of witnessed like several subcultures, in London. And
were you part of any?
I wasn't. I was at school, and my friends, my school colleagues used to go, aged 15, 16, to Club for Heroes and the Mud Club and the Blitz, and they were literally dressed up. But I remember going down the King's Road and seeing the punk culture, and walking into Westwood store, and I was just that ambitious to do that, and also my cousin kind of pull me into it because he studied fashion at Rysons in Canada. So when he came, he was so enamored by what was happening in 1977, 78. And then when he kind of continued to visit, I would go into all the other stores with him, including like D-Mob and PX as well.
I remember going to PX, and it was feeling quite scared.
Both of us used to love all the clothes and the culture and the people who were in the store. And for me, I think as a creative, I studied graphic design at Middlesex, but I was involved with the fashion department there. I always kind of took it in, and I kind of was in my data bank of what I aspired to, and even though I never actually dressed in anything. So I think it was like, what if I did, or what would happen? Maybe my parents wouldn't allow that. So, but then subsequently, my work has embraced sort of retrospective cultures. And then also, looking into the future as well. So, and what happens when something happens or it emerges into something else. So, yeah.
Darla, I wanted to ask, did your mum come to the Streetstyle exhibition? Did she go to Sean's exhibition?
She came to the Streetstyle exhibition, yes, but not to Sean's. But I think that a lot of what you're saying really resonates with me, because as a fashion student at St Martin's, in the 80s, there was a great urgency to create. And I think a lot of that came from my mother teaching me the skills. I could sew, and I could knit, and I could embroider, and I could do all these things. And there was a great urgency to create and make things all the time. And there was a big kind of creative community there. Yeah. I think that was captured by people like D-Mob, who were probably that was the first store that really showcased British designers, what they were doing, a kind of new generation that were then picked up in the Streetstyle exhibition.
Were you in any subcultures?
Oh, yes, I'm afraid I was.
I know you were, that's why I asked.
I think I was pretty much in them all. I mean, I sort of became a punk, and I can remember my mother coming home from school, and she said to me, "I've got a question to ask you." And I said, "What's that?" And she said, "Are you a punk?" Oh. I said, "Well, yes, I'm trying really hard to be one." And I think that appealed to her sort of her nature. But I grew up in quite a left-wing family, so we were quite politicised, my brother and I. And through punk, I found my way into Rock Against Racism. We were very involved in designing all the badges and armbands and all sorts of things. And then that led me to St Martin's and to a sort of career in fashion. So, I was very involved with punk, very involved with New Romantics, very involved with dance culture.
But we didn't have your clothes in the exhibition, did we?
You didn't know.
Did we ask, or did you not have them?
I think I didn't have them at the time, so I learnt to keep things after that.
Good.
I've had problems. I was involved in various fashion exhibitions at the V&A, and I have had problems, actually, trying to find some of my early work. So I've learnt from that.
How are we doing for time?
5 more minutes.
Is there anything that any of you would like to ask each other or to comment on? Or?
Well, there's just one thing I wanted to say about that image. That is actually an image from the exhibition. That's my mother's outfit. And I was recently contacted by a knitter called Kate Davis, who's been working on a communal blanket, which was inspired by the coat that my mother wore when she first came to the UK. And
when had this person seen it then?
She saw it in Carol Tulloch's book. She saw it in the book.
On The Birth of Cool?
Yeah, Birth of Cool. And she created this communal blanket with 30 other designers. And I thought that was just a really kind of fantastic way of bringing my mother back to her roots of sort of communal sewing and making. So I was quite touched when she said that.
Oh, that's extraordinary.
It's quite interesting thinking about, even though Streetstyle was looking at subculture, but then the United Kingdom has had such an influx of so many other cultures that there has to be an exhibition or research into what other independent cultures wore within the Indian culture, like there was Bhangra, but there was loads of other things going on, and in the African Caribbean, and then in the Polish or the Lithuanian, or it goes on, or Vietnamese, like what's happened and how do people dress? Or
it'll be a completely brilliant exhibition.
But I think one of the what Streetstyle did do was try to represent as many subcultures as it could, didn't it? I think, and it's hard now thinking back, isn't it? You mentioned about how hard it was to do that. We forget how easy it is to research things now when we've got the internet at our fingertips, and tracking people down. And when Tori asked me what I had, and I still had the folders of stuff that I didn't know I had, and I was really surprised to find I had letters from Mandy Jarman that you mentioned, where we wrote by post to each other because she was somewhere in the Midlands, to say, is this right? And for the Streetstyle report, for the Skinhead, I sent it to a guy called Stuart Marshall, I think he was called, who ran a kind of skinhead group, and said, please can you check my report, what do you think? And, he wrote back his comments to make sure I was saying the right kinds of things. I dabbled with a kind of skinhead appearance. I wouldn't say I was subculturally a skinhead. But also, I think...
But it was a different world, wasn't it? I mean, I would write to someone, they'd go to a telephone box and call me, I'd arrange to go and see them. They never wanted to meet in normal working hours, which irritated the hell out of me because I commuted as well. So I would go at 6, 7 o'clock, to quite a long way out of central London to see someone who didn't turn up. Now, what can I do? It's my tough luck. So I'd walk to the local phone box in case they were in and hadn't heard the bell and they didn't answer. So I'd go I'd go home. And then I really wanted to see them, so I would write to them again and say, please, I really would like to meet with you. We'd have a phone call, we'd arrange to meet, I'd go and see them, and they weren't there again. And I'd think, am I going to be so irritated by hell that I'm not going to get in touch with this person? No, I've got to get over myself. I've got to go and see them a third time. And then they were sometimes in. But, it wasn't that thing with a mobile. You could call someone, oh, I'm not going to be in, I'm not going to be there. It was just walking and walking and walking on the street. And looking on the street. But as a result, we probably saw a lot. Because we weren't sitting in a library anyway, but it meant we were walking, seeing, looking.
But it did mean we could tell all sorts of stories, whereas I think sometimes the danger, isn't there, with culture, it's that kind of mythologizing of something. And, I think that's why it's great Roger's got such a big collection of material and can show that variety and diversity in your book. That we perhaps didn't just go with the immediate. I mean, some of it people did see as stereotyping, and because people didn't have things did have to be created, and they were the kind of the most typical look in some instances, even though they were created by someone who had an involvement. But I think, it would have been a very different research process now, perhaps if we could have accessed things more immediately.
Yeah, and there wasn't money to travel. I mean, there wasn't really money to travel much in the UK, let alone go abroad. And we didn't have a budget. I mean, it was basically running around on the tube, going to talk to people.
It's funny, like coming on the tube today and just kind of linking back to talking about right from the beginning what you were talking about, Sean. I mean, today coming on the tube, I was looking at this person dressed on the tube in like on black leggings, trainers, a pink kind of leotard thing. You could see the leotard because you could see the skin. Big black puffer jacket, pink nails kind of embellished with Demontes and bunny rabbits and everything, and a pink hat, pink lipstick which matched the nails, and a shopping bag kind of Dior, kind of said Christian Dior on the front. Amazing. And I thought, incredible how that can happen now, confidently on a busy, packed full tube, in 2019, a guy looking like that, or whatever gender they. Amazing.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. I think it's probably time. Carol worked on the black subcultures and was really critically central to the exhibition. And as I say, we really did want her to be here, and she wanted to be here, but she was committed to giving a lecture in Amsterdam. So the next best thing is welcoming Carol on screen. Thank you very, very much. So we'll look at the conversation with Carol, and then we'll come back and please ask everyone questions.
Carol, I remember working really clearly on Streetstyle, but how did we meet?
Well, I contacted you.
Right.
I saw the article, Darling, You Were an Inspiration, in The Independent, which was, it says here, Thursday the 18th of February 1993. And I was just thinking, when I read it, I went, I'd love to be part of that. And I think because I'd done just a small article in Chic Thrills around Black Street Style and black designers. So it was my husband who encouraged me to just write. And you had left your contact details in the article.
Right.
Because you were kind of asking for...
I was asking for very... Carol, I remember working really clearly on Streetstyle, but how did we meet?
Well, I contacted you.
Right.
I saw the article, Darling, You Were an Inspiration, in The Independent, which was, it says here, Thursday the 18th of February 1993. And I was just thinking, when I read it, I went, I'd love to be part of that. And I think because I'd done just a small article in Chic Thrills around Black British Street Style and black designers. So it was my husband who encouraged me to just write. And you had left your contact details in the article.
Right.
Because you were kind of asking for...
I was asking for very specific things, I remember, because I couldn't put out a plea for too many things because you get inundated.
Right. So
did you write or phone or what?
I wrote in the old days of actually writing a letter,
Yeah.
and I got a letter back from you and saying that you were going to contact me anyway because of
that's funny.
Chic Thrills, what I'd done in Chic Thrills, and invited me in. And if I remember, I don't think we had an initial meeting, but you invited me to a meeting where lots of other people who were going to contribute and be consultants or thinking about the development of the exhibition went along to that. I'd never been to anything like that before. I mean, I'd not worked on an exhibition before.
I've not worked on one like that before.
No, and you hadn't. And I did wonder what I'd let myself in for, because it was, there was a lot of toing and froing of ideas, but there was a little bit of tension.
The politics were project-complicated,
Yeah. But I remember afterwards you saying to me, we really want you part of this project, and then from then on we had meetings. And I still can't believe it's 25 years. But seeing that article, you responding to my letter, inviting me to that meeting, and then encouraging me to, continue being part of the project has changed my life.
Really? Well, we really wanted you involved.
It did change my life.
One of the remits of the exhibition we felt really strongly was that we wanted to broaden the museum's visitor profile, which at the time was kind of very white, middle class, middle-aged, women predominantly. And obviously black subcultures had played a very large role. And you took a lot of the responsibility for those, didn't you?
Yes.
And I think, did we ask you to identify some key subcultures and then do research on them?
I think that was a mixture of that and subcultures that you'd already highlighted as well.
Right.
It's quite interesting because now there are these style sheets.
I'm amazed because I haven't seen these for 25 years.
Oh, neither have I.
This is Sean Cole who's kept these then.
Oh, wow, yes. And I mean, 1, 2, I can't believe I worked on all... Oh, wow. I worked on all of these.
Can you just say, like, for the camera, what the different ones are?
Yeah, so there's Funky Dreads.
Yeah.
And that was great because I'd done some work on Soul to Soul. And I'd made contact with them before for that article. So it was a lovely way to expand on that. Caribbean Dress. Again,
and that's when we got Dr. Gilroy.
That was amazing. And again, that was that thing of I trained as a fashion designer and textile designer at Ravensbourne, and I'd made my contacts with Darla, Jane Gilroy initially.
Who teaches at LCF now.
I know, unbelievable.
It's a small world.
It is a very small world. And then it was Darla, who'd initially got me in touch with her mum, Dr. Beryl Gilroy. Bangra and Bangra Muffin. That was a new one for me, but I went for it.
And Gavin Fernandez, I think, helped us with that one.
Right, yes. And then Ragamuffin.
Yeah.
And again, that was sort of a new one for me, but it's something I hadn't really looked at. But then when I did a teacher training course prior to being invited by you, and I'd worked... with a young lad there, a fashion student at Newham College, and his ragga dress was so incredible because he made his own clothing, but the way he shaved his head and everything. So we used he was a main inspiration. So his clothes were in the exhibition.
Hopefully we acquired them for the museum as well. We probably did.
Yeah. Yes, you have. You did. And I can't remember his name.
It'll be in the book. We'll find it.
Yeah. And oh wow, because this is bringing back Shaka Demus. Wow, Shaka Demus implies. Anyway, that's that one. And then funk and psychedelic. Wow.
Funk, I can remember you and I went to see a guy called Derek in a second-hand shop in Notting Hill.
Yes.
And he had a daughter, and I remember her because her birthday, she was very into the Zodiac, and her birthday was the same day as mine, and it was like from that point they were going to help us.
And they helped us with Rastafari as
Yeah.
well. They helped us with a lot of things, and that was another section I did. Be Girls and Homeboys, Girls and Homies, that was the working title. Soul.
Yeah.
Wow. And then, two-tone. That is so me. And it's, I mean, so those are all the ones I worked on. And say, for example, the Caribbean, what we labelled at the time as Caribbean dress, we had real difficulty in finding those original suits, what men were wearing over sort of like 1940s, 50s. So, the long jacket.
It was finding one person, wasn't it?
Yeah, and the reminiscent, kind of the style of a zoot suit, but with the really wide trousers and then pegged ankle detail. And so, again, I knew Derek Lillard from when I was at Epsom College of Art, and he was a tailor. And so he recreated the suits for us, and he went to this particular supplier who supplied that kind of the fabric of that time.
And we were very careful, I remember, on the label, because the criteria all the time, wasn't it, was to get like one person's outfit completely head to toe and say this person wore it. And then when we couldn't, we said it had been compiled by, and it was always compiled by someone who had an absolute insight into that subculture.
Exactly. So what was, I mean, I suppose part of the ethos of the Streetstyle exhibition was, going to the people who know what that particular style was all about and understood that. And so having your contacts and things. So I couldn't have done all these without actually contacts that I knew of, or people I knew of, and calling in favors, and then doing some, other research, like research or looking at Pathé News and that sort of thing. I was going to say something, but things like, you were saying, I hope you've collected these particular looks.
I think a lot of them are definitely in the V&A.
Yeah,
I was quite
they are.
interested. I met one of the curators a month or two ago, and she said suddenly people are making appointments to see the clothes, which is brilliant.
That is amazing, because Mrs. Gilroy's outfit is in the collection, and then I brought it back out again with Sean Cole for the Black Style exhibition.
When was that?
So the Black Style exhibition was 2004, and then went on tour until the end of 2006.
It's amazing.
So that, some of the ragga clothing, the guy I was mentioning earlier, what else? Some of the Rasta material was included, and then we added new things. And some of the B-boys. What was lovely is that we were able to draw on the V&A's collection for some of that, because that was already there, could build on that. But yeah, that was amazing. And then Mrs. Gilroy's outfit, and Mrs. Gilroy's story, really, I used as the basis of a chapter in my book, The Birth of Cool Style Narratives of the African Diaspora. And I didn't use it I didn't draw on it. I did, I think, for my reports, a letter that she'd sent to me in the 1980s. But it was just lovely to bring back the street style exhibition and saying, look, there's a history of looking at this this woman's wardrobe and what that meant.
It's wonderful. We've both got really different memories, which is wonderful, right? It's talking. But earlier you said to me, you reminded me that I'd asked you to organise some educational events, and I'd completely forgotten. Will you say something about? You made me laugh when you said about
the
hair one.
Yeah, so yes, you'd invited me to organise some educational events, and again, I'd never done anything like that. So I suppose that was a good thing, in the sense that I would come from it from a completely different angle, in the sense of what is it that I'd like to go to within the V&A, even though I'd been going to the V&A for things for ages. Anyway, so I did a poetry event, which is Poetry in Motion, which was chaired by John Hegley and Benjamin Zephaniah and John Cooper Clarke. They were part of that. That was incredible.
That is
was
amazing that you managed to get them.
I'll never forget coming into the V&A with John Cooper Clarke, because he came to my house, and then he drove in with us to the event, and people were just staring, because his aesthetic is so super slim, and then that shock of hair and his sunglasses. But he was incredible, and I think it might have been the first time that the V&A restaurant had done vegan food for Benjamin Zephaniah.
Wow.
So there was and John Hegley said he'd never been treated so beautifully.
Oh.
I mean, so well looked after. He said, well, we've got food. And then there was the hair day. Oh my, that was incredible. So what we decided to do was to have two events. I mean, it was a collaboration with the London College of Fashion Hair and Makeup
Which
department.
is really funny, so that we never thought, and here we are, like being interviewed here, and we never thought, like 25 years on.
It was incredible. So we wanted to do a hair and makeup event and raised around the subcultures. So we did two. There was the kind of third years. So there was the third year students, and they were in the lecture theatre, the original V&A lecture theatre, and they created hairstyles and makeup as demonstrations, and the audience just watched. And Sarah Callard,
she was a student at St Martin's who came to work with me on a sort of part-time basis, and then came and just got completely immersed in the project and was brilliant.
Well, she was amazing. So Sarah read out these style sheets, which are associated with the styles that were being produced. So that was it was kind of it was a practice lecture, if you like.
Yeah.
And then we had another event which I can't remember what that room was called, above the lecture theatre, now no longer exists. And so that was where members of the public could come in and have themselves made up in a particular subcultural style, so the hair and makeup. And they were mainly done by second-year students, if I remember correctly. So Sarah and I, and there was one of the technician, and he said he's never forgotten it, that we were playing the Sex Pistols as the opening, the song to introduce everyone in. So we were playing that, and that's what I thought would be great. And he said the V&A has never had that in the lecture theatre. He said he's never heard the like, but he thought it was amazing. And so Sarah and I were beginning to get worried, because it was around 10 past 10.
Right.
The doors opened at 10. No one had arrived for either of the events. And we thought, oh gosh, this is not going to happen.
Yeah, especially in the V&A, it's not what you don't expect people to want to come and get dressed up as a punk. And 25 years ago as well.
I know, it was just radical. So we stood at the top of the stairs, and then we heard this strange sound coming through the galleries of the V&A. And then there was just this sea of predominantly women and girls running at us and running up the stairs at us, coming for the event.
Wow.
And the lecture theatre was packed, and then they ran upstairs to where it was incredible. And then Sarah and I was going, what? And it was brilliant, because I was flitting between the lecture theatre and what was happening there, and then I would go upstairs and see how people were being made up. I don't know how those students coped. I mean, they were having such a wonderful time. We got quite a bit of funding and support from a PR company for all the makeup. Wow. And there was a lot of thinking about sensitive makeup for sensitive skins. Everything was thought out, amazingly. And
were people photographed or anything?
I can't remember.
No, I just wish,
I can't remember.
Now we'd have it all on social media.
Yes, exactly.
But I don't remember ever seeing photographs.
No, neither do I. Shame. And I do remember, sort of, because I was kind of flitting between the two venues, and I do remember seeing it was a mother, grandmother, and daughter/granddaughter coming down in full beehive, and the black eyeliner coming down the stairs. It was incredible, and I went, it's worked. But it was it was a risk. It was a risk, but it did work. And then the other event I organised was just getting designers and people within the industry talking about street style. So
we're at an age where our memories have gone.
Close Show Live, the woman...
Not Karen Franklin.
Yeah, so Karen Franklin chaired. Helen Story was on the panel.
It's such a small world, because I'm actually seeing Helen Story in an hour or two, so all this kind of coming together 25 years on.
Lovely guy whose name is... he's passed away. Oh, I can't remember his name. Anyway, I can't remember his name. But that was a lovely event. Again, that was... and somebody, it was you, Amy, who said, I wish we'd had this event prior to, as part of the thinking process of doing the exhibition.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of ideas that came out of that. Yeah, so those were the three events. But yeah,
it was amazing. I don't know what we'd have done without you doing that.
Well, it pushed, when people say, you're offered something that's not, you haven't got enough experience in it yet, and you just think, can I do this? And I'd done some work on black style and things, but I'd trained as a fashion designer. I hadn't done the history of design course yet. I hadn't done academic training as such. I hadn't done a curatorial course. But it was too good an opportunity to turn down. And I was teaching part-time at Bournemouth College of Art at the time. And when I got the post, I told the students, and they all kind of looked at me as if I was a bit barking, until the exhibition started taking off, and then they'd see little references to me, like organising the event or whatever, and they went, "Wow, Carol, we're so impressed, we're so impressed." But it was because of working on the Streetstyle exhibition that I wanted to go and do the History of Design course.
I didn't realise
and
that.
I was able to talk about the sections I'd done in the interview. But also it made me understand about archives, even though I'd not had any official training in it, and also personal archives. I'm only realising now, and that those two worlds can meet and how they can work together. And that's what happened within that exhibition. And I've got to say, which is, very absolutely fabulous, I'm thinking, is the private view. I don't think the V&A's ever had a private view like it since.
And we've got the film footage of it, and we're going to be showing it to the
You're
audience.
kidding me. That is amazing.
So that is completely extraordinary. But also what's extraordinary is 25 years on, we're both doing similar sorts of work with friends.
I know.
And that our interests, in some ways, we've both carried on focusing, haven't we, on
Yes.
real people's clothes as evidence of life and biography. So we've changed, but we've also not changed so much.
Yes, I think, and I mean, it is that thing we don't realise, do we, that we're building on the knowledge or the practices that we've done previously. We just, keep going on to the next bit of research, but something will come up, and, my obsession with style narratives, and it's really coming from that, how you look at people on the street and how they dress, their style. And, as we know, and one of the reasons why I think, I'm sure you did the exhibition, but why I wanted to be part of it, is when you see somebody dressed phenomenally as part of a street style, and they may take that element of the idea of a particular street style to another level and putting their own individualized interpretation on it, then it takes your breath away, because you on the street have to turn and say, wow. And as I was coming here, I was just thinking about the exhibition and I was thinking, for us who were working on it, when I say it was old, it was established. It was things that we knew. It happened. But for some people, it was all new thinking and new approaches and it was just new to them, that idea of all these different street styles. But yeah, kind of, we knew that they were there all the time, but you had to tell that story.
It's
really
amazing. I think 25 years on, I suppose the deadline is, or not the deadline, the anniversary is just, it's made me think about something that I'd not thought about that much.
No, exactly. And I think, it's quite interesting, because I haven't looked at street style for a long time, really. And yet, really, subconsciously, we are doing it all the time, really. Because that's what we do. Yeah.
Thank you, Carol.
That's all right. That's okay.
Q&A time. We've got a few minutes before we move on to the next session.
So if anyone would like to ask Sean or Darla or Gavin a question, Charosh?
Thank you. I have a question for Sean. If this exhibition would open today, what kind of clothes would you put on display for the gay and lesbian part?
I feel like I planted that question. I didn't, by the way. It's a really difficult thing. The reason I laugh is I've just put. This can be a long. Hopefully, this isn't going to be too long an answer. As a result of working on the Streetstyle exhibition, I published my first book, which was Don We Now Are Gay Apparel, which very much came out of realizing that nobody had really written about it. And I'm currently writing a sort of follow-up to that, which has been a long project and is based on 80 oral history interviews, 5 focus groups, techniques I learnt through working on Streetstyle that we've heard about. And one of my challenges, I think, and I think it's a challenge for anybody thinking about anything that might be deemed subcultural, and I question now to myself, is lesbian and gay style subcultural? Or what do we mean by that? It's a very hard thing to do, and I don't know that I could answer that question. You know, I'm struggling to work out how to put together a book about how we talk about how gay men look in the 21st century. I think what we were hinting at the end of the exhibition, and perhaps what Gavin was involved in, is, you know, not trend predicting exactly, but the diffusion and the change and the individuality, while at the same time people wanting to remain part of recognised common groups that was so much a part of Streetstyle, is so much more complicated. And I know that's what this afternoon is about, and, you know, maybe somebody can answer. So that's not a very satisfactory answer, I know. And, you know, even the fact, I mentioned earlier, I wrote something recently for a book about curating which reflected on the change over 25 years from Streetstyle, and the fact that, you know, we had all of that debate for the Streetstyle exhibition about the lesbian and gay section. The fact that FIT did an exhibition called The Queer History of Fashion, you know, again, was groundbreaking in and of itself, but I think still had issues, and I think the blurrings and the complications of sexual, gendered, intersectional identity today is so complex that I think it would be really hard to do in an exhibition.
And yet, sorry, just to say, there is a relatively new queer looks gallery in Brighton Museum.
Yes.
Just to say that someone, you know, people have done it, even if it's difficult.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear.
It's our department who did it.
Okay.
So Martin Bell at Brighton Museum.
Yeah.
We got Heritage Lottery funding. Ben got the funding, and we did a project about the artist Gluck, which looked at. Well, some people thought Gluck was a lesbian. The trans community have claimed Gluck. So we looked at Gluck from 1927 to 67, and then acquired a number of garments and trained lots of people to do oral testimonies to build the collection there.
And I mentioned that in this article, you know, and I think it is something that, you know, again, is important that we don't just stop doing those things. That museums, and it's interesting that, you know, kind of local authority museums and groups are acknowledging the importance of recording and preserving and engaging with those life stories that still are the ones that are often neglected, and, you know, things change so much, and it is important that I think that while in one way it is institutionalizing things, it's still important that those things are recorded and kept.
And it's putting them on the record. But has anybody got a question for Darla or Gavin now, before we go on to the next session? No, maybe we're all going to be in the canteen at lunchtime, and if you don't want to ask a question, you can come and talk to people more informally during lunch.
Thank you very much. Let's move on. Gavin, you're staying where you are.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You a student?
Yeah.
I used to teach it. I think I was teaching you when you were.
Yeah, you were. You taught Scott.
And Jack,
Walker, yeah. My housemates for many years.
We're just going to sort out the technology very briefly. But in the meantime, thank you very much, Dan. Brilliant. So, you know me already, so I'm not going to repeat myself, but I'd like to introduce to you two people here who, from different perspectives, worked and have worked on the exhibition and the legacy of the exhibition. So we know Gavin already. I'm afraid we're not letting him go yet because we need to talk to him about his experience of working on the exhibition. You've had a hint of where he was coming from and how he got involved. And as part of the wider project of subcultures at LCF, we commissioned Olivia Rose to work with us on creating some imagery. So we have just a random selection of images. Let's see if this works. Yes, we do. We have a random selection of images that we can just play with as a team. I'll put this thing here in the middle on the table. The first 9 or 10 slides are Gavin's work, and then the rest of the slides are Olivia's work. So at any point in time, we're just going to play around, and as we're talking, we'll be able to sort of look at some of the imagery that was created in the 1990s by Gavin, and then what Olivia has been working with in response to what was going on 25 years ago. Gavin, very briefly, it would be useful to highlight your involvement again. Just clarify that a bit more. You were talking about some images that were on the V&A notice board, and I believe these are them, yeah?
Apparently, yeah. So this story, I was assisting a photographer, Steve Pike, and Steve photographed a series of images based on uniforms by people who were in voluntary organisations like Salvation Army, Boy Scouts, drum majorettes, people like that. And there were beautiful colour pictures against white background. So my kind of brain was thinking, he'd be interesting if he photographed cyberpunks. So I said to him, would you be interested in photographing cyberpunks? He goes, what's cyberpunk? So I had to explain the genre. It's like a subgenre of science fiction, and it's like it's about everything kind of merging together into the future, 2020 onwards. And he said, go find me cyberpunks. So I advertised for cyberpunks in the Forbidden Planet. I went out kind of on the street looking for people. And then people replied, and then eventually I met people from the Forbidden Planet. Advert poster, and they invited me into the whole world, including this role-playing game called Cyberpunk 2020 by Talsorian Games. It's a Cyberpunk 2020, the game, role-playing game for the dark future. So then I basically, everything was happening around London at that time. Mutoid Waste were in King's Cross, and they worked with Michiko Kishino, and they produced some accessories for her. I met Rio Inoue, who created some technological cybernetic hands and a whole collection. I went to the Royal College of Art, and I saw some collections there, which this girl's wearing in the centre, and also Caroline Randolfi's collection on the right over there. So it was a mixture of dystopian and utopian clothing for the future, and looking at how these parallels worked in cultures, subcultures around that period. But within the cyberpunk role-playing game, they were characters like techies, netrunners, fixers, rocker boys. It went on and on, medias. And so I reflected that by getting some people who are really into the subculture and say, bring your clothes, and I will bring clothes, and then we'll kind of fashion your characters in front of the camera for Steve to shoot. So that's what happened with the cyberpunk.
Amazing.
I thought it might be useful just to sort of show a few more of your slides.
Yeah.
So this is in the same year. These images were taken in 94, is that right?
Yeah, so Steve Pike was, I think, 91, 92.
Those ones there.
Or was it? Or maybe it was 93, I can't remember.
No, it was 91 according to Steve
yeah,
Pike.
So, yeah. Wow, okay. And then, then obviously, I think they appeared in Elle magazine, Details for Men, Tempo. I think the curators had it on their wall from the Elle magazine. And then I was invited into the V&A, or I went with the intention to be interested in the street style. So then I was commissioned. Amy, Kathy, and Valerie said, "Go ahead and just create the feature street style with this vision of 50 years forward." And then what I did is I commissioned some new designers to create 2 pieces of clothes, because I would identify that street style is predominantly 1, 2, 3 pieces of clothes, and some shoes and accessories. And they would create either a pair of trousers or a jacket or a hat or that sort of thing. So and then I also visited graduate collections and got people to. Well, I saw things that I thought this could be great. So I never really, I didn't envisage full outfits. It didn't work that way. I just collected things, and by kind of weird coincidence, things started to kind of become stylistically associated with each other in these sort of subcultural identities. So these 2 here, and then another one is that one. Basically, this is clothing that is produced by an organisation in the future, like, say, the scale of Topshop or Zara, and all the clothes are made of the same chemical constituents. So what you do is you buy a skirt like that, and then you would take it back maybe a month later, and you would throw it into the machine, and in the future, remodeling molecules will rejig everything, and then make that skirt into the sunglasses, the shades.
The ultimate sustainability.
Yeah. And then you get tokens of how many things you collect or take back, and then you can just take, and you get something made for free. So
amazing.
So that was that. It was like a recycled images. It's just that one there. So that was those ones. These 2 are basically dressing up as protection, and it's like fetishes have become the norm to wear on the street. This is in 2045. So the one on here on the left is basically bulletproof, stab-proof jacket, and you can't see the identity of the person or the ethnicity. And you can just see the toes. Actually, it's quite funny. It's quite funny.
Like me.
Yeah. And this on the right is almost like, I was kind of thinking of like lionfish, dragonfish, how they look so beautiful, but they're very poisonous. So I was inspired by that aesthetic. But that was from a student from Brighton called Julie MacDonald, the jacket, and he was like crocheted, knitted, and then overprinted like thousands of times, basically. And also the accessories were his, and the hair piece was by Julia Rook. It's actually a hair accessory millinery, which is beautiful. And then there were other components to that, including a Westwood kind of handbag, because I thought Westwood is kind of iconic in 2045. And then this is 2 characters, basically, who are enamored of Hewlett-Packard and IBM computers from the 1990s. That color palette, and they basically get hold of it somehow or another. It's almost like how the Gothics in the 90s were enamored of Victorian culture, and they would dress in similar kind of clothes. So this is like people in 2045 dressing like that sort of color palette, and basically that coat is a speaker, like the coat, the hooded thing. It's actually Julie MacDonald again, and it just plays super loud music. And so these people, you can hear them coming around the corner with a kind of ground, like shaking. It's amazing. And it's like fully technological. So, and then the jewelry is actually, at that time, it was computer-aided design jewelry from Royal College of Art. And then the fabric she's wearing is PET. At that time, it was a student, Jenny Arksey, from Royal College of Art, using recycled plastic bottles into fabric. This is where cultures have basically divided and formed their own communities around urban environments. So, like, a whole area becomes Indian, Polish, and whatever. So it just keeps going on and going. So this clothing is basically, it can change color. And I was just thinking this morning, like, how maybe in the future we might be able to link neurological kind of things, reading our neurology, and then making your clothing change colour. So like this clothing could be all grey when you go into the city, but then when you go back to your community, it changes all into the colour. So it's like linking those two. So you blend in with the people you're with, but then when you come into the city, that's like that. So that was a kind of real mix of characters there. The people on that was the same character on the right. That's a Westward belt actually as well, which I used. These two characters here in the middle are workwear. So sort of major corporations would employ people to be on the street because there's no banks anymore. And the person on the left in the middle is basically someone who scans your phone or your card or whatever you have in the future to put on credits or book flights, that type of thing. So her boots are the modem, and then her hat is the Wi-Fi. That was I was kind of imagining it back then. And then the guy on the right he's holding some sort of magazine thing where you can just kind of download it onto your phone or something, whatever. Just like holding it up over the crowds in the street, in Oxford Street. And then the person on the right is part of... it was like inspired by the eco section, the New Age travellers. And I was thinking in the future, maybe national heritage land is donated or given to these communities who are, because it's become so big, it's grown so huge, and they grow skins, like in sheets of crocodile skin meets pig skin and fur. They're kind of like post-vegan kind of community. And then he's wearing jewelry, or both of them are wearing jewelry from recycled, melted down copper coins because it's no longer used. And then his casket is made from copper, but the casket contains herbs that are grown in their community because the temperatures in England or in Wales or Scotland where they live have become higher, and it's subtropical, so in the summer, so they can grow certain types of herbs that they would sell to people in the city, and they're kind of like cure for whatever things are happening in that time of the world. So that was a page. So basically, once I got the commission from the V&A, and I thought I won the lottery, I thought, oh my God, what am I going to do? Like, how am I going to get this publicised? So I went to Rankin and Jefferson, then at Dazed and Confused, and I said, Rankin, Jefferson, look, please, would you be interested in this? And they said, yeah. Like, Jefferson was so inspired by it. And he said, yeah, we'll find the sponsor. They found Stella Artois to pay for the production of me shooting and processing it. I shot it all on analog at that time. And they published it in Dazed and Confused in issue number 10.
Brilliant. Thank you for that introduction. Really interesting.
How far off the real 2045 do you think you were?
In things of like from another 25 years from now?
Yeah.
Well, since I've been teaching, I've visited a few universities, and I went to Central St Martin's, and there was somebody already growing textiles.
Yeah.
There is. I saw that. I was like, oh, wow.
Yeah, because when I'm listening to you talk, I'm thinking actually some of these things must be in the process of really happening.
Yeah.
And then I was thinking also about your Cyberpunk 2020 experience.
Yeah.
And now we're in 2020.
Yeah.
How different was that?
Well, again, I was thinking again this morning on the bus, on the train. I just saw the news yesterday. I saw the report on Hong Kong.
Mm.
And the reporter on Channel 4 News, he went around Hong Kong. It's desolate. It's bricks all over the floor. He interviewed the people wearing the clothes, like, for protest. I thought, whoa, this is happening in an organization, in an important city in the world, who are rebelling against something. Yeah, can you imagine if that happened with technology from now onwards? So, if there is a punk against technology,
yeah,
anti-technology.
On that note, Livia.
Hello.
Taking forward that idea, we commissioned you to create for our project, for the online archive, images, as I mentioned earlier, have already started to be uploaded, and more will continue over time. We asked you and spoke to you about where is subcultures, if we can call it that, in 2019, 2020. And if you want to sort of start, I just put them randomly up, person by person. If you just want to start talking through your process.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting things when I'm listening to everyone speak is that, you know, we have now got social media. And that makes the kind of process of doing your, what would have been a Forbidden Planet call-out, your advert online, much more instant and, you know, I suppose, arguably easier. I think what's really interesting is that because it's so easy for everyone to access, the sort of level of responses have been so wild to me. There's a lot of people who love the idea of subcultural style, who, to all intents and purposes, when I kind of go through what they've sent to me, and, you know, they'll send me long messages about who they are, what they wear, why that means something to what they believe to be their subculture that they're a part of. It doesn't necessarily resonate with me as a person who, I suppose, had quite a traditional learning of subcultures. And I think what was really interesting, I think it was Amy who said it earlier, is this idea of like your autobiography and that being a part of what you wear. And I think that there's so much less of the kind of group collective now and so much more of the kind of individual, which is a shame because there's kind of, you know, what you lose essentially is the subculture. You don't lose the style, but you lose the subculture. And certainly in the people that I've been trying to identify, you know, because I've been using those titles that come from the V&A exhibition to try and hook in, you know, my subjects. And it's so interesting what people come back to me with. And a lot of the people I was speaking to, right from the get-go, said, well, I'm not a punk, but I'm kind of like punk/surfer/hip-hop. And I'm like, you're what? Is that even possible? You know, and really, if we're talking about sort of a staid subculture, it's not possible because all of their ethoses, if that's a word, you know, are in conflict with each other. But people really can now be, you know, dress hip-hop on Monday, punk on Tuesday, and something else every other day of the week. But when you start delving into it, and I think that's why it was so important for me that I did a sort of Q&A aspect to the project now, is that almost everyone I've spoken to who I identified as somebody who had a very strong sense of style, I think as I've been going through the project, I've been less and less concerned that those senses of style fit into any of the brackets we've already created. It's almost like the deeper I get into it, the further I want to go away from that. And that's reflected in some of the sort of slashy names. I've coined this thing slashy style that people are coming up with. But something that seems to have travelled across everything is one or both parents had a very strong, not necessarily sense of style, but sense of identity. And there's a lot of children of punks. It seems punk seems to, you know, and whether that's the sort of rebellious nature, the radical nature, the sort of, you know, bringing up your children with that mind frame to feel comfortable in a world where I think in some ways it's kind of become harder again to stand out as everything becomes more homogenous. You know, it's almost like we've got to a place again where it's become more of a statement to be the individual. And so what I found really interesting was that there seemed to always be this mum, grandma, dad, somebody in the family. It's almost like an inherited sense of fashion being such an important way of identifying yourself. Whether they've taken the particular style is kind of neither here nor there. And then I think as a sort of subset to the project, when I was speaking to Ben and Amy, we were all talking about, well, if subculture doesn't exist, you know, does it mean anything what these people are wearing? And I was thinking, well, I wonder if you can't necessarily tell the important meaning, that sort of little essence thread of something that really gives somebody's style weight just by looking at them now. Maybe you have to dig deeper, and maybe everyone's got a precious item, something inherited, something that just really means something to them. And that's what I've been asking my subjects to bring with them. And not everyone brings an item of clothing. You know, one boy brought a camera, which was his father's. His dad is a first-generation Pakistani immigrant who ended up north with a farm. Is he in here somewhere? Go on, you do it. Yeah. And his dad was, this is safe. And his dad was mad obsessed with futuristic movies. And so I think what Saif and I came up with as his kind of slash for his style name was super futurism / old school cinephile. And he said to me that every day when he gets dressed, he looks in the mirror and he says, who am I playing today? I'm a gangster ladies' man from the future, you know, and this kind of, the way that he adorns himself seemed to almost be more important than the clothes he put on his body. And that comes back to the kind of autobiographical thing, you know, like for him, so much of it was about those memories of dad and how him and his brother were brought up, the sort of, for him, very radical reaction to his religion. He's a Muslim man, and he actually, you know, there was a very sort of touching moment in our Q&A where he said actually his community hasn't sort of turned away from him. They embrace it, but they have questions, you know, they're really inquisitive because it's so different. And I think that was really lovely, was that all of these things kind of melded together to create something that, you know, almost, there's a part of what I'm doing that almost feels like we're taking the piss a bit out of subculture. But I think that's such a now way of, you know, people who are coming up now sort of taking things that we found to be so important, putting it through the mush of the internet, and kind of coming out with something that means something to them that isn't necessarily recognizable to a person who walks past them on the street. They know that they've got a sense of individuality, but they can't quite place them. It's not quite based on music, or it's not quite based on, you know, something that we can identify and say, I know what you're like based on what you're wearing. So yeah, this was safe. And he had brought with him a Pentax camera that he'd found of his dad's. And he said that he'd sort of found all of these amazing photographs of dad dressed in incredible bomber jackets and, you know, things from the past, when apparently he had this fabulous moustache, you know, and is living in rural England, you know, as a farmer, the hot farmer up in rural England. And he'd found this Pentax in a box somewhere, didn't even know that it was dad's, and then eventually worked out that it was dad's. You know, it led to this kind of whole looking backwards to look forwards moment, I think, for the entire family. And he was actually irate because mum had given away, you know, the most precious, fashionable item that dad had ever worn, and she didn't think it was ever going to be important. And now, you know, that would have been his precious thing that he brought with him. But he said his dad had a pair of Acne jeans that he'd cut off the bottoms of. And that had become, it become something that he, you know, wears on a regular basis and almost dressed his whole look around it. He also said that his dad is a butcher, so he's got these amazing white butcher's boots. That's what they've always reminded him of. And his dad said when he wore them, you know, oh my God, you look like you've put on my butcher's boots, you know. So for him, it was kind of like this. It's like he's pulled all of these different moments from his childhood, his memories, his life, and he's created the subculture that is safe, and his family, and where he was brought up, and what the cultural influences were from, you know, the generation of his father moving here. And I think all of that is just the most fascinating thing. We're creating these new categories that kind of mean nothing and everything all at once. I think some of the other people I photographed, if you just have a flick through, Ben, I'll pick up on someone. This is Iris. And she had some really amazing things to say. She's very much a user of Instagram, and she talked a lot about whether the adverts that targeted her on Instagram were generated by her behaviour, or whether they were targeted to her, so she consumed fashion based on them, and kind of chicken and egg, what came first. But even the fact that she was so concerned with that, I just found amazing. Because people aren't so ready, they don't find it kind of so easy to talk about that. It almost seems like, You know, it's like when we talk about the homogenization of fashion and the fact that everyone can buy into the same look. She had that at the forefront of everything she did with her look. So she self-proclaimed herself as biker/basic bitch, which I loved because she was really buying into what a lot of us look down upon, I think. And that is another, I think it was when I met Iris that I thought to myself, there is an element of this where we can sort of play with it and have fun with it. And everything she was saying was just this beautiful, like, mixture of, oh, what I wear means absolutely nothing, but it is incredibly important to me. And that combination, I was like, that is very now. But then at the same time, she also had these amazing earrings. She has Portuguese heritage, and in the village that her grandmother comes from, they take your teeth when your teeth fall out and turn them into earrings. So she's wearing these earrings, yeah.
There's a close-up just up there as well.
Yeah, exactly. So they're her own teeth in her earrings, which I just thought was incredible. And she also has a necklace that she's wearing that has, on one side, it's a happy baby, and on the other side, it's a sad baby. And that has passed through generations of females in her family. And she said to me something quite lovely about she won't be ready to pass that on to her children until she knows they're responsible enough not to lose it. And just that understanding of how precious this one item is in her world that is all about, I'm a basic bitch, it doesn't matter, but it does matter, seemed really like a nice little dichotomy with her, you know, something that was just so very precious to her. I know she would have been devastated to lose that necklace. And apparently there's a few of the female members of the family who all live all over the world now, they're not all in the UK, who each have one of these pendants. And the idea that you're connected across continents is amazing, you know, by something that sort of lives in the family or is a family heirloom. And I think that also came into, I don't know if there's any pictures of Key with the long dreadlocks in here. No, there was another guy that I photographed who, his slash was black/white. Yes, here we go. And he only ever wears black, white, or black and white. That has been his thing forever. His mum is a sort of staunch punk, still is. And he sort of came up. What he said to me, actually, what I found really interesting was that he's got really bad OCD. And when he tries to dress himself in colour, he finds it very distracting. It's very difficult for his brain to process how you would put red with yellow or pink with green. So for him, he's like, he needed to strip that away. And so everything he wears is now black/white. But what I also thought was really interesting was that he then started to think about that in racial terms. And he was like, okay, hold on, I'm labelling myself black/white. And he has dark skin. But he also was recognising that a part of the way he dresses is kind of intentionally sort of hipster. And that felt very white to him. And so he then started to think about the sort of symbolism of what he was doing, you know, and the kind of melding of two worlds together. But the reason I brought him up was because he has 3 bangles, all in silver. I think he was given one when he was 15, one at 18, and one at 21. And they were symbols of his Jamaican heritage. And apparently the rest of the family all have these same bangles. He hasn't visited that family in Jamaica, but he knows they're there. And because he's got these, you know, bracelets on that people don't even necessarily see as part of his, you know, when he walks past you in the street, he could identify with what he was calling his tribe, you know. And it brought him to this place where under all of it, under all of these kind of layers of meaning, was this thing that just to me, when I'm hearing him tell this story, you know, he hasn't even met these people, but he knows they're his family. And if he did go and all of technology disappeared for some unknown reason, he could find them by the bangles, you know. How amazing is that? So, yeah, I mean, I think if we also look at Kyle, who was our kind of old school hip-hop, he's a guy who is from Nottingham, and he had this really lovely story about his kind of precious item that he brought with him was a Wu-Tang jumper that he'd actually got from his grandma. And he said grandma knew nothing about hip-hop, She'd just been wearing this jumper like his whole upbringing. And one day he's like, Nan, I really need that because this really means something to me. And Nan didn't know where she'd got it from. She'd somehow got hold of this authentic Wu-Tang, piece of clothing. But again, he had sort of learned his style from Dad. Dad was the coolest thing in his world growing up. And Dad, was into all of the 90s hip-hop movies. He kind of really had that hip-hop swagger, with the loose-fit jeans. And actually, Kyle, out of everyone I interviewed, was the most... he kind of had the most to say about what is integral to that kind of style. So he was very, very strict on what cut his jeans would have, what kind of trainer you compare with those jeans. But again, he had these amazing stories. This amazing two-piece, he had found an uncle of his back in the 90s. He used to go to the States and raid the thrift stores over there. Yeah, exactly, Carl Caney. And come back with these, amazing bags full of clothes to sell on over here. And again, he was up in the loft one day, as for some reason it is something that teenagers seem to do, isn't it? So suddenly searching for the past in the loft. And he's a very specific height. Carl was, I think, 6'3", and quite a slim guy, so it's not easy to find an outfit that fits his shape. And he pulled this two-piece out of a bag. I think his favourite is XXL. It was long enough to fit him, like a glove, he said, and he was like, oh my God, this is meant to be mine, when you find something and you just know. And I think, again, it was his uncle had brought it back, and apparently his uncle's, kind of like quite a short man, so there was no reason for him to get this like hugely oversized long outfit, and I think for him that was kind of a seminal moment in his style, where he was like, okay, that paired with the Wu-Tang jumper that Nan has kind of informed everything that has taken him forward. It's so fab. So yeah, I think for me, what I'm loving and what I'm trying to do as I'm pushing this project forward is go further and further away from where we've started. I think it's I'm sure you guys have spoken this morning about how difficult it is to identify subcultures now. The internet, the accessibility to things, the fact that you don't have to work so hard to be part of something anymore. You can be, at the click of a button, part of a group or a club, or you can teach yourself so much about subculture that I think the sort of effort that would have gone into once upon a time, allying yourself with something, is no longer there. And so this weird, interesting thing is happening where people are looking backwards to look forwards, but they kind of have no interest whatsoever in what our labels might be of them. They're very ready to come forward with their own labels, and they say, I am, and people say it so proudly to me, well, I am, and when I ask them, oh, well, I'm super futuristic, but I'm also an old school cinephile. That's what I am, And I'm like, sorry, that's your style. Yes, that's my style. And they really mean it. And you can't tell them that they're wrong, because that's what's so amazing about it, is that each of these individuals have amalgamated, diffused, added something to, peppered and spiced, something that we recognised, and have made it their own. And that's what has been really fascinating to me.
Lovely. We need to get you guys to lunch, so let's do a quick Q&A so before we head to lunch. Any questions? We could have gone on talking for hours. Any questions? Yes, Rosie.
It's actually not a question at all, but a recommendation. On the website that Ben showed at the beginning of the day, we have an amazing booklet with all of these incredible transcripts of the interviews that Olivia did with 5 of her participants. So if you'd like to read more about the rich things that those people were sharing with Olivia and their amazing conversations, you can download that as a PDF. I highly recommend it. It's really, really interesting and beautiful.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Just a quick one. I thought that was really interesting, what you were saying, Olivia. I do wonder if there's a methodological issue at work as well, though, to do with the way we construct groupings with hindsight. So I think that certainly, a lot of stuff on post-subculture has talked about greater fragmentation, greater individualization, and so on, which were the things you were identifying.
Yep.
But at the same time, if we look at previous subcultures, the ones that I have some familiarity with and so on, I think there was much more variation and individuality within those than perhaps we would now realize if we look at the version of punk that you get in the media or the version of mod that you get in the media and so on, which lends it fixity and coherence it doesn't necessarily possess. So I'm not in any way disputing what you're saying. I think it's really fascinating, but I wonder if we were to look at these people in 20 years, if we'd have the same image or if we'd have more of this kind of post hoc coherence that you get.
Well, do you know what I thought was really interesting was the gay and lesbian style question, because when I was sat in the audience, I was thinking, well, actually, that nowadays, and I think Ben said it or somebody said it, it's become a kind of question around that self-identification as a process, hasn't it? Us grouping people together, the very process of that, are we in some way undermining people's individuality? And I think I'm with you. We can't know what will happen in 20 years and whether or not we can quite easily put people into, what is a sort of wider group, very possibly. But I do think there's a very interesting question around what we're doing when we do that. And I think that that's the one that we sort of need to answer now, because, even when I was doing this project, I have a friend who's a trans woman and she is so fabulous, but I couldn't in my head think of how to categorize her without making it about her transness. And I didn't know if that felt right in a project like this. And I think that is the sort of question, where and how do we categorize people and what are we doing when we do that? And I think I also agree with Amy, things must be documented, and that is the most important thing, because otherwise we lose parts of history. But how we categorize things together is something that we all have to think a bit harder about.
It's interesting you're talking about, because your work, some of your work is reflecting the grime scene, which is my nephew. I bought your book for my nephew because he's such a, he loves the grime scene. He loves the book. And Amy asked me, was I and then I was involved in a subculture. I was involved with the hip-hop culture. So, when they came in late 80s, I was studying at Middlesex. And I went to the events, and I went to the club. I went to Raw in the YMCA in the basement. And it was Jay Strongman and the DJ, and it was all hip-hop and rare groove. And we dressed in a look. We had the MA1 flying jackets with all the badges. Like here, my cousin has the flying jacket in his cupboard in Paris. I should just try and get it back. But yeah, so it happens. I think that music is an important part of subculture. Maybe the phone has kind of eradicated some sort of groupings of people to kind of evolve into subcultures.
But also, I think just on the grime thing, because I've been thinking about this so much. We also did the podcast on grime as a subculture, and obviously there's the exhibition as well. But I think the more I've thought about it, again, it's sort of chicken and egg. What comes first, grime music or urban London street style, And I think that, but then again, what comes first in any of these categories, And I think that's what's interesting. What turns something into a style subculture from a genre, how do these things turn over? And maybe it does sort of go back to your question that you have to look in hindsight. And as things are happening, it's much harder to identify something as a collective or why and how something spilled over from a genre to a style movement.
We could also talk for hours about the materiality of things, the memory of objects, the memory of cloth, etc., etc. I think maybe we should move on. It's lunch now. Tea and coffee will be served in the canteen where you were before. And please make your way out with your name tags. Please ensure that if you're going to leave the building, you have your name tag with you. We'll be back, we'll say 2:10. Thanks very much.
Friedrich, is that right?
Just say Horst.
Horst.
Yeah.
Very easy.
Okay, hello everybody. Thank you for returning. I hope some of you or most of you got to see some of the original imagery, the silent film playing in the canteen over lunch, and also got to hear some of the music that was played in the original exhibition. We were very pleased. Rosie thought of this idea as a lovely way to introduce a more contemporary focus on subcultures. We have our photographer Horst to speak for about 20-25 minutes, and then we'll have a quick Q&A before we move on to the next session. Take it away, Horst.
Yes, thank you, Ben. Can I make first one question, please? Who is a mod and who is a rocker? Please, hands up. But who's a mod? Yes, of course. So the rest are all rockers. That is crazy. So, yeah, Ben said I'm a photographer. I moved here in 1997. I moved to Brixton from Germany. And I pretty quick started to get on my mod project. Today, because I'm not a big talker, last night I thought I'm going to put a little video together, because these pictures I'm going to show you today, I took about 12 years to photograph. And there were times I was bored and I started to film with a film camera. So after that little clip, I will tell you a little bit how I got infiltrated and all the little stories happened there. Then, yeah.
Mod is so intense and it is so all-encompassing that it's unlike any other scene.
It's almost like it's more of a community. Everybody knows each other, and it's just really good. Like, it's good fun. Yeah.
The mods here is not finished. They're always there.
It was something that we were saturated with when we were children. The fashions did change a lot in the 70s, and mod, I think, disappeared from view for a long while. But come the late 70s and the early 80s, people were getting into it again, and that's pretty much when we arrived with it.
It was a hell of a productive period, particularly the 60s, and it's in modern culture. It's, you know, the style is everlasting. It's classic. It's a classic style.
A bit of a contradiction, because mod was always modern, it was always up to date, but now it's become a classic style, and it will probably, I think, replace the classic English style that existed before it came along.
You know, the clothing, music, you know, the scooters, people are always going to come back to those things for reference points.
Mod now, and I think even then, was an all-encompassing lifestyle. It wasn't simply something that you did when you went out on a Friday night and danced all night. It was actually something that you lived every day of your life. And certainly when you meet today's mods, usually the older ones, not only do they wear the clothes all the time and they live the life all the time, they drive a car of that period. They may even have a house or a flat of that period.
Now I stand here alone, still can't find.
It's a relatively small scene. It's not like it was in the 60s when it was all pervasive and it was on television. But it's still very much alive, and the number of shops in London that sell either exclusively mod clothes or, more likely, the ones that simply have tributes to mod clothes in them are pretty much a testament to this.
They carry on to come to us, really. They want individual suit, and I like them because they're nice, smart, young generation. Now they study. I don't think they got a very good job, or if they got it, maybe they don't drink, maybe they don't eat, they don't go to restaurant to have a suit. That is right. What happened today?
Certainly the way that young people are adopting it is amazing. I can well understand them wanting to, because other scenes for young people don't seem to have what Mod has, an all-encompassing lifestyle.
I hope it does come. I'm sure it will. I want it to, because anything that stops people walking about in jeans and trainers and looking sloppy, it's got to be good.
Thank you. Yeah, when I started it, I didn't know it's going to be a book, so I picked up a flyer in Carnaby Street. So that was all one group called the New Untouchables. They still exist. So I ended up in a white van going to Scarborough, and that was also a huge surprise for me because I didn't really know about the sea towns and the scooter thing. So what kept me going for 12 years was actually a big part played the music. That was something what was very intense because they were very particular where they are going to play the music, and as well the scooters, they were really simply beautiful. That was actually, somebody told me, a scooter from a cocaine dealer, because it was all like, how you call it in English, chrome, everywhere. Unfortunately, he ended up in prison. And so the scooters was one thing, what was very important to the mods. But also for me, later, I realized, because after the mods, I photographed the rockers. So it was also the mode of transport. Every subculture has his own vehicle. So by that time, I used mainly, I had my Leica, so I used analog film and color negative, and one of those old-fashioned flash. I think it was a Metz. So it's interesting when you approach people and you say, "Yeah, you're a photographer. You're doing a project." You ask them to photograph in their home. But it's always interesting when you don't come to a party or to a mod weekender, then they ask where you have been, Horst, why you didn't came. That's always a good moment, and you feel like you're doing the right thing. I never been too pushy, but I had to be persistent, and that is actually very easy when you have a project what is in front of your doormat, because you don't have to get into an airplane. You know, most of the parties they were in England. I didn't want it to. Sometimes they said, "Oh, you should go also to Japan or to Germany." But I wanted to focus here in the United Kingdom on the mods. Actually, that one is my first picture in Scarborough. I asked Paul, do you mind I can be with you when you get dressed? And he looked at me like, what? Yeah, I like to photograph you when you get ready to the party. And that was one of the pictures. It's just, he ironed the suit and took everything on. He checked his fringe. I have some pictures checking the fringe. So for me, it was also to go close, to give a close-up picture, like that picture with the girl with the makeup, because the makeup was always extraordinary. Attention to detail. That was always something. That's the couple I'm still in contact with a lot of people. So I always say, like, when I came to England, that was my first family. They they really took me like a family. And so after the mods, I mentioned I did the Rockers jacket book. I did 21st Century Rockers or Glory, Denim Style, Cycle Style, Drive Style was also a book on British drive culture, racing, and so on. It's always difficult. You should never leave too quick. You should always, a family you need to look after. So that's always something interesting. And you see, like there was a time where people still could smoke in the pub. It was always very hazy and beautiful. Yeah, as I said before, music it was this combination, and even the people they were dancing the whole night. They always looked impeccable. There you see already, that is already digital. So now we are blending into the Rockers. I don't know if there's still time. I can blend easily into the Rockers. And that's very interesting, very quickly. Remember that picture of the couple with a scooter? That's actually shot in King's Cross, what is now, Granny Square, Coal Drops Yard. It used to be all like cobbled Victorian with this gas tanks, gas works, you call them, yeah, gas works, and they're now luxury flats. So I met with the mods, and one of a sudden I hear this noise and the cobbles, they were shaking. And never forget that image, turning around and seeing these Rockers. They stood there like that, perfect. And I had a Leica and a Hasselblad and an assistant next to me. And I shot 7 films. Each frame was iconic. It was incredible. It was incredible. This is the most stolen or sold picture what I actually have. So I thought the publisher, they were joking when they said, like, look, Horst, we don't have a space in the book. We need to take the Rockers out, that picture with a bike. And we're doing another book. I said, yeah, sure. But you feel always, after you publish a book, you get depressed. And I remember me going to the Ace Cafe and start to already with a Rockers project. So the Rockers project was also a long journey, but not as long as with the mods. And it was quite surprising for me as a German. I thought like the Rockers is actually very, very, very similar, because I think it's a very British expression. It's all about hair. So the mods, they all the hairdos, and the Rockers with the grease, with the that's actually after the book. I went to the Ace Cafe to bring the books to the people. He kind of like adopted me. That's Trini, a rocker. He worked with a 17 years old in a Triumph factory. So they're really old, an old rocker, really original. And he nearly cried. It was very, very emotional. He could not believe it. He's in the book. Hey, look, he is like sitting apart and looking at the pictures. Yeah, and that's so important why you always have to listen. So many people told me, you need to go to see that shop in London called Louis Leathers. That guy has an amazing Rockers jacket collection. And I said, yeah. I'm not interested in jackets, garments. I like people. And one day I went to that place and I haven't stopped. I went in every day to photograph this incredible collection. And that became then the Rockers Jacket book. Yeah, that's the one, the cover. It was about 4 kilos, 400 pages. So at some point, I also looked for. He's a very famous sign painter now in Los Angeles. He did this jacket, one for his wife, instead of engagement ring, that I found quite a nice story. So the participants, they were, no, I wouldn't call them like models, but, I not only photographed people, because I found this jacket in Louis Leathers in the shop, so I asked people to wear them, so I could photograph them. Trini again. I think. Well, we have no more time. I run out of pictures. Or?
Time for some questions for Horst.
Yes, please. Any questions?
The Rocker series, what year? And then the mod series, what kind of period?
So the mods were started 1997. The book came out 2001. Then I started with All Glory. It came out about the rockers and rockabilly scene in the UK. After that book came out, I was supposed to do a psychedelic book. And I started it, but the publisher said, no, we're going to kill it. I was so angry. But I turned the anger into something else. So I started in the same time Cycle Style and the Rockers Jacket book. But with a different... The Rockers Jacket book was with a different publisher.
More questions?
So in total was 12 years to gather all these pictures.
Any more questions? You have a website, don't you?
Yes.
And it's just your name, your full name, Horst Friedrich?
HorstFriedrich.com.
Perfect. So you know where to go for more information. If there are no more questions, let's move on. Thank you very much, Horst.
Thank you.
Hopefully you can all hear us. We're continuing now to talk to the curator of the exhibition, as I highlighted at the beginning of today's session, down at Trinity Art Gallery, an exhibition that Tori Turk curated as a response to Amy, Kathy and Ted's original exhibition from 1994. So let's begin at the beginning, Tori.
Yeah.
Just very briefly, your background, your interest, but also your interest in popular culture.
Right. Okay. So I did the MA Fashion Curation course at LCF. Graduated, I think, in 2009. And I've always been interested in subcultural fashion, popular culture, music and style. So I don't really even call myself a fashion curator as such. I sort of say curator that specialises in style and popular culture. I don't even know if that's right. And then I've done all the exhibitions that I've worked on have been related to music and style, subcultures and popular culture. And then I also am a co-founder of a company called HiMag, which was formerly called the Hyman Magazine Archive. And we are the world's largest collection of magazines. And then the collection comprises about 150,000 magazines, which broadly speaking covers popular culture and a lot of independent publishing, mainstream publishing, going back to 1850 to the current day. And the plan is to digitize the collection and make it available online. And so that's kind of partly what I do. So everything feeds into one another. So yeah, I'm an archivist / curator /
ties in with the slashy movement.
And I hate a slash. Yeah. If only I could say it really quickly. Yeah, I'm a curator. Yeah. That's the long answer.
What made you want to work on this project?
So I said to Amy actually over email the other day after the exhibition, this was really a dream project for me. Because when I was doing the MA Fashion Curation course, I do remember Amy talking about this exhibition. I also remember trying to research it and find out more, and there's very little online, which actually was kind of a gift and a curse for this process, because I love research and I love kind of uncovering or untapping a kind of a hidden history. I mean, although it's kind of a history in living memory and there's lots of people around that can talk about it, but I think there's something really special about something that's not readily available, you know, at a click of a fingertip. So I was really interested in that, and also because it covers everything I'm interested in. I mean, I wish I could have gone to that exhibition. I went to Black Style, which was about 7 years after.
Sean?
7 years after 2001. Oh no, okay,
10 years.
After. Yes, I went to that. I loved that exhibition. That was one of the exhibitions that I didn't know at the time that I wanted to be a curator, but I remember just being just in awe of the display and just, you know, really taking in I love taking in the history in that kind of physical way, you know, rather than sort of opening a book or looking on. And so this was a dream project for me. So it's kind of always been a bit of a myth for me, this exhibition. So it's kind of like an opportunity to sort of really sort of uncover this myth, to work out what this exhibition really was all about. So it was a dream project for me.
And that really leads on to the question about this idea of this seminal, mythological almost exhibition and the themes that you were starting to draw out of it. Because just to briefly explain to everyone, the exhibition is about...
Mine's a myth now.
It's a myth.
As well, so you
have to go and see it. What we hopefully will do is we'll try and get some photos on our online archive at some point soon. We have got a page on the Subcultures archive about the exhibition, and hopefully we'll be able to add some imagery. But there's this sort of idea about your exhibition being a response to a response in a way, isn't it? Sort of continuing these ideas and themes. Could you sort of explore a bit more the themes that you sort of picked out of the exhibition for your space?
So again, when the sort of project came to me, it was I had to think about how I was going to approach it and what the best way of sort of presenting this exhibition was. And I do also remember Amy talking about the challenges of making the original exhibition. And then it made me think about my process and the challenges that I face when I put on exhibitions that are related to subcultures, and actually how challenging they can be, because you are essentially presenting someone else's history, and a history that's very much owned by the participants of those subcultures. So I've always found it very challenging. And so I thought it was a great opportunity to actually show this kind of process and how curators, there's such a considered process to every sort of element of the exhibition making process. So I thought it was a great kind of opportunity to do a sort of behind the scenes exhibition about an exhibition. So that was the way I sort of thought this is immediately the most sort of like the best way of getting the most out of this exhibition, I thought. So that was my approach from the start. I didn't even actually really have to think about it. And people often ask me, well, what do you do? Like, how does it run? And it was a really great sort of opportunity as well to show how much thought goes into putting an exhibition together and all the different elements that make it this kind of cohesive whole. So
you picked up on just highlighting and working with one subculture, grime.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
Then talk about the sort of.
Sort of. Okay, so again, it wasn't an exhibition about any particular subcultures, but a way of making it current. It was. I felt like we needed to add a new subculture to this network of subcultures that had been presented at the V&A, and I thought grime was a great choice because. So shall I just quickly talk about how the exhibition works?
Yes.
So the way that the exhibition is built is that it's in sections, and the first part looks at all the different elements, well, not all of them, but a selection of elements that make up an exhibition. So you go from like anything to do with set design, the soundtrack, mannequins, hair and beauty, the research, the marketing of an exhibition. So it kind of broke up Amy and Kathy's exhibition process into these kind of sections and gave an overview about the reason why they chose to do these particular things for this exhibition. And then I thought it would be interesting to update the exhibition and make it current by looking at a subculture and presenting in, I guess, part 2, like grime, a grime display, because one, it meant that it might actually encourage a new audience to come and see the exhibition, make it seem a little bit more exciting. And again, I think that is a response to what the V&A were trying to do in 1994, is bring new audiences to the V&A and a younger audience, a more diverse audience. So again, I think I was kind of trying to do the same thing here. And then, and when you say grime as well, it talks to people, talks to a certain audience in a new way. And then it was an opportunity to bring them into a gallery space and present the idea of displaying grime in a kind of more museological kind of format, which again I thought was like quite an interesting thing to do. So that's why I chose grime, because grime for me, I'm not saying this is not definitely, but could be one of the last sort of new British subcultures, because it started to evolve around about the same time as the internet was, and it kind of was sort of in places just as social media was starting to happen, and it kind of took pace with that. And I think in a way that, again, it didn't reflect upon itself in the same way. It happened at the same time. So now, when you look on Instagram or the internet, you have access to every single subculture. But when grime was kind of starting up, you didn't have that access. It was very new, and the way that it mutated and evolved was much more organic and much more IRL rather than in real life than these kind of subcultures that kind of happened since this digital culture boom, which has taken over everyone's lives. So I thought it kind of was quite a nice sort of way of sort of saying that I'm not saying it's the last, but it's that for me it kind of made that point. And the exhibition isn't an exhibition about subcultures, and that was one of the problems with marketing this exhibition, that everyone wanted photographs of subcultures. It's a subculture, and it wasn't. It's an exhibition about exhibiting subcultures, so that was again something that made it challenging.
We've talked a bit already today about accessibility. Between 92, 93, 94, when the original exhibition was developed, researched, and put and staged, to 2019, and how easy or not so easy was it to access the grime scene? It's probably an obvious question, but can you just sort of weed that out a bit?
Oh, I mean, I guess I just did it through contacts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, no, it was everything that made up that final exhibit was my partner's in the music industry, and it's just kind of people that I've worked with before. Mm-hmm. So actually, it was quite easy to for access. I mean, there's access, and then there's getting people to do something, which are completely different things. But like, so in terms of access, it was easy. You know, it's an email. I guess with any scene as well, I think it is easier if you are introduced, because coming on as a complete outsider, I think can be tricky. So no, I didn't find access. Getting people to do stuff is really difficult. And understanding, so it's kind of.
You don't need to name names. Yeah. I know who they are, but you don't need to name names. About the differences in approaches between some grime artists and their clothing and their identity of, construction of identity compared to others. And is that a different sort of subgenre of grime within grime, or is it just different personalities? What do you think? Do you remember we were talking the other day when someone brought in a bag of clothes?
Okay. And also, I think that this is there's a slightly different genre thing as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Because the final display didn't just show grime. It showed. It also had Afro swing and rap as well. Just because, again, to show that subcultures kind of always exist in a kind of network of subcultures, so that they sort of bounce off one another and borrow and reference and so because it didn't seem quite right to isolate it. So there was there's a little bit of sort of, I don't know, there's some referencing going on. And no, what I was saying was when I did an exhibition in 2014, and Skepta styled one of the mannequins for that exhibition. And this, when I talked about it being a dream exhibition, it really was, because 5 years ago I did an exhibition in homage to this exhibition for the 20th anniversary, and that wasn't anything to do with LCF. So you can tell how much it was a dream exhibition for me. And for that, I followed a similar format to what Amy had done, and I got different people who were involved in particular subcultures to style mannequins. And Skepta styled one of the mannequins. I was just telling Ben the other day, because when someone else came in for this one and didn't really bring it, they just went to the shop and bought it. and then someone came in. But again, that's interesting in itself. Sort of a Foot Locker bag arrived with an outfit. And no, I was saying that the difference was that when Skepta came to the exhibition 5 years ago, he bought socks, he bought the whole outfit. He wanted to dress the whole mannequin himself, and anyone who knows who's dressed a mannequin, that's not easy doing it for the first time on your own. Attention to detail. Some people made us repaint a plinth because it wasn't the right colour. The details different.
We were speaking the other day as we were installing in our manic phase, the final day of install on Thursday.
Yeah.
And we got
manic.
It felt manic. We were talking about referencing.
Yes.
And self-referencing. And I thought it was a very funny conversation for us from a curatorial perspective. But I just thought it'd be interesting for you just to sort of reflect on what we were talking about and your creation of that exhibition and reuse.
Yeah, I mean, I think what was really nice about this exhibition is it was pretty much a sustainable exhibition. Everything that was all the exhibition installation furniture, if you like, was borrowed from other exhibitions, and some of them being previous exhibitions of mine that also would have been subculture related. So what was nice was that the exhibition kind of referenced other exhibitions as well. And then we also created a map that was referencing Ted Palimas's the map of tribes, which he built, which he designed.
Which is outside on the terrace on one of the windows.
Which was the starting point for Amy and Kathy to kind of work out what this exhibition was going to look like and how the tribes related to one another. And it was kind of this real starting point. And in this exhibition, the finishing point is this map of subculture related, whether it's fashion, photography, social history, a mind map of all the exhibitions since the subculture exhibition, the Streetstyle exhibition in 1994. So there was a lot of referencing going on, self-referencing, which Ben said is fine. You made me feel good about that.
It's all good. What was interesting also, a day before the exhibition opened, we happened to find some footage that we were working on. It was the footage of the private view that was showing as you were walking into the symposium this morning. We were sent 4 films. It was all very last minute, and we thought, we'll just be able to get the footage for today's symposium of the private view, give a sense of context, a bit of life and energy. But there was one of the 4 films was actually not about the private view. It was actually someone capturing the physical exhibition, and we didn't know that existed. And Tori and I sort of looked at each other, and
I was really upset. I was really upset.
We were sort of like, this takes us in a whole different direction.
But I just spent months trying to find out what this exhibition looked like, what was in it, and then there was this video that had the whole thing, start to finish.
It was
but
quite...
in a way, that was made it all more magical, because I'd had to put in this hard work, which I remember at the beginning I said I really liked that whole research thing.
You worked very hard for this exhibition.
So finding everything was really difficult, and I did enjoy that, but then.
A lot of it was analogue research,
It
actually
was,
going back.
That's what I mean, and I went to Birmingham to see Kathy, and Sean was amazing, and I kept a whole folder of it, and it was amazing. It was really great doing that type of research, because again, it was nice that it wasn't easy. But when seeing everything, just as I'm installing, because it wasn't manic or anything, so.
No, it was absolutely fine. But what was interesting was that somehow, by osmosis, by just the images that you had actually seen, those small little reflections, some of which you would have seen on some of the films, but also and images, but also on the windows outside, you somehow managed to pick up on a lot of what was going on in the exhibition, even having not seen the film. And we were talking about chains and chaining things down in the 1994 exhibition. And that was something that you had actually done.
And there was a lot of paper. All the all the text panels were paper and pinned, and we'd done a lot of that. And then there was sort of what do you call it? Anyway, there were colours on the.
Oh, the sides, the edges of the panels. I can't remember.
Anyway, so there was colour, and so it didn't actually look that different.
No, in a funny sort of way. Very interesting work. I think we can almost move on to Q&A, so if you could get some questions in mind for Tori. But finally, I just wanted to talk about, there was one particular section that I'm very proud of, and I think you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
The conservation section. And it was just very interesting presenting to an audience something about the creation of an exhibition. And a couple of sort of reflections on what do you think the audience would think seeing this?
I did kind of wonder as I got my boyfriend to drag a pair of pink 70s flares along the ground, what people would think by presenting essentially what was a pair of dirty trousers. And that's what I wanted to do, that because I remember Amy talking about how the sort of more traditional conservators at the V&A were sort of in shock when they got all these muddy boots and had to sort of, I guess, conserve this stuff that looked to them probably dirty and, shouldn't belong in that sort of very prestigious collection. And I kind of wanted to create the same feeling for the visitor. And there's one of the photos on on the slides was I could see a pair of pink flares that you could see at the bottom. They had marks and dirt along the rim, because obviously flares are long and they drag along the floor, and that actually shows a lot about those trousers and how they're used. And if you just imagine the wearer dancing and having fun in those, and so you want to keep all that dirt because it says something about those trousers and what they mean to the wearer and what that means to the subculture. So I found a very similar pair of trousers, and made them look worn and presented them on a hanger. And that was sort of talking about the conservation side of the exhibition. And again, I think that a lot of people wouldn't even think about that. So for me, it was interesting to sort of show that kind of behind the scenes part of exhibition making. But I also think it was a fascinating, anecdote that Amy had said to me that I'd remembered, and so I think it's interesting. So maybe.
There will be images online very soon. We will have some. No, very soon. We've just got to get this day over and done with, then we'll get things online. Does anyone have any questions, please, for Tori?
No, I just want to say, could you just explain to people what the exhibition looked like? I mean, I've seen it, but as they walk in, and could you try and convey visually what it looks like?
Okay, so as you walk in, the first thing you see is the V&A press release blown up, which gives an overview of the original exhibition. And then to the side of that, the only kind of objects that I started with were 66 35mm slides, and I presented them on light boxes with magnifying glasses. And the point was that this exhibition was all about looking a little bit deeper, and going against, again, what everyone does today, just looks on their phone and also takes photographs of everything, and getting someone to pick up a magnifying glass and look. And that was kind of a theme that runs throughout the exhibition, is getting people to look a little bit closer. And then, the next objects on display were 2 Zandra Rhodes dresses from her Conceptual Chic 1977 collection, because, and most of the objects on display are because of a conversation with Amy. So again, I remember Amy telling me that the only subcultural dress that was held by the V&A in 1992, when they started researching, was these pieces from this Zandra Rhodes, essentially it was like punk couture collection. So I managed to get hold of 2 dresses from this collection from Zandra Rhodes' studio. So they're on display as a starting point, again, at the start of the exhibition, and showed Amy's starting point. And then next of all, you see an annotated map. So it's Ted's map, but then I think Amy and Kathy have annotated and connected subcultures. Again, this is, their starting point to work out how this exhibition was going to map out. And then you have the research section, which was basically Sean Cole's research for the skinhead display. So there you have lots of letters, from Sean to Sean, trying to get skinhead garments. And what's great is their letters, and they all start with, "I'm so sorry it's taken me so long to get back to you." But again, it showed your process, and I've kind of displayed them just to show there's a little story that talks about sort of obtaining sort of girl skinhead garments as well, and including them in the display, because it was seen that participants of that subculture thought that was important. And then the next you have exposure, which was again a lot about the marketing of the exhibition, and you've got a 1994 episode, November 1994 episode of The Clothes Show, which Amy gave to me on a VHS tape, which I had to get transferred, which was great. So that's on display, and that's really interesting, because you can really see the time. And you see a bit of the exhibition there. And then there's a section about communication, where you pick up a phone and you listen to Amy and I talking about just that process of just everything was phone calls or letters. You didn't have email, you didn't have mobile phones. And then you have captioning, and there's a selection of captions from various people that loan to the exhibition. And then you've got a section on mannequins, conservation, which we talked about, and then the set design section has the drawings of the set, again on light boxes, and then section on style and beauty, hair and beauty and styling. So it kind of goes through the process of exhibition making, and then the final bit is this grime display, which there was tons of garments on display there. You have to go and see it to see what it looks like. The big surprise. And then right at the end, there's a big subcultural map with all the exhibitions. Oh, the final bit. So the final object on display, and we put the video piece that we found as well next to it, because actually that goes really well. Because again, you go around the exhibition, you kind of imagine what this exhibition was like, and then the final bit is this video of the exhibition, so you actually get to see what it really looked like after using your imagination. And then next to it is a letter. Oh yeah, I'll read it a bit. So Kathy Dingwell gave me this letter, who worked on the exhibition with Amy, and I'll just read you a bit from it. So, how much shall I read from it? Okay, so this guy's giving advice. He's written a letter to the V&A, and he's giving advice on how he's gone to see the exhibition. He's giving advice on how he thinks they could improve it. So he says, shortly before the end of the Streetstyle exhibition visit several jumble sales and buy their stock outright. On the closing night of the Streetstyle exhibition, move swiftly through the gallery, collecting the clothes, and then proceed to vigorously mix them with the recently acquired jumble. On the following morning, open wide the doors of the V&A and welcome the crowd to a jumble sale, the likes of which have never been seen in all the V&A's long and distinguished history. And as a result, many people will return home at the end of the day with the feeling of satisfaction, speaking from experience, that only holding a bag full of cheap crap in each hand can give, and a few would return home with bona fide bargains. Furthermore, the real bonus of this scheme is that a wider cross-section of the general public would be drawn to see the contents of the exhibition, including, dare I say it, far more people from the street. So, a very rude letter. But I think Oliver Wilton would... I might invite Oliver Wilton to this exhibition.
Yes.
But yeah, so basically, times have changed, and people are interested in subcultural fashion. Have you not? It's great, isn't it? Because I said to Kathy, can I display this? She was like, yeah, please do. I was like...
It was people being that awful that put Kathy off even wanting to attend today.
Yeah, it is actually, which is a shame.
I'm just kind of interested because, say, like V&A East is going to open whatever year, 2025, whatever, and say they have an exhibition, Streetstyle Revisited, and they bring out all the collections that are in the archive, and they approached you or team people. How important is that, do you think, kind of reflecting back on everything spoken about this morning? How important is that to generations in their kind of now in 18, 19, in their 20s? How important would that to see those archives?
I think it'd be amazing. Yeah, I think it'd be incredible.
In terms
really
of,
important.
Is it important for just to communicate?
Because I don't think people now, they don't understand references so much. And that one of the kind of quite nice things in the exhibition, there's a MA1 flyer jacket in the skinhead section. And then right across in the grime section, you can see a kind of pink, cheap, just a sort of... And I guarantee you that person who buys that has no idea, the history of that jacket. And then I think now you can just kind of wear anything and not know the history of these kind of quite everyday garments. But the histories are fascinating, and I think that I think they'd be interested in that history. And I think they are. I think that young people are really interested in that history, but they're just not used to understanding the references, and everything seems a little bit shallow and a little bit sort of... it would actually give sort of, some soul to the things people are wearing. Because at the moment, anyone can just go into Topshop and be a punk or dress like a punk, not be a punk. But, they have access to everything, because also fashion's so cheap. So, people don't think, I really need those Dr. Martens, and that's what I need because that is who I am. They'll just buy something, and then they can change it the next week. So again, it might help people be a bit more sustainable, kind of thinking a little bit more about what they're wearing and the references, and getting some joy out of understanding the history of garment.
One more question.
Hi. Staying on the archive, if that's okay. I just wanted to ask about your experiences of access to the archive between, you said you'd done a similar project around 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And
accessing which archive?
The archives of the exhibition.
Oh.
The material, the letters and so on. And also more generally about how these kind of temporary, now dismantled events are archived by museums.
Well, they're not. Again, to the second question was, they're not archived, the dismantled events, so much as the exhibitions. You know, then things are destroyed. That people don't have space. The only thing that's archived and preserved, I guess, is the digital imagery that goes along that is created from the exhibitions. And I did an exhibition quite recently with Somerset House called Hennessy for the Culture, which again was looked at. I had an element of grime contents in it, and Hennessy were, again, they wanted to collect just the marketing material of that exhibition, and I thought, don't you want to keep all the captions? You know, like they're really beautiful. They cost quite a lot of money, but they didn't have the space. They didn't want to. And all the work that goes into, you know, conserving and archiving all those materials, they didn't want to put the work into doing that. But I think it would be really interesting if more exhibitions were archived properly. But yeah, a lot to do with space, I guess. And then accessing archives. I didn't go to the V&A archive, but I mean, Sean had kept a lot of stuff. Kathy had kept a lot of stuff. It wasn't really actual archives that I went to. It was actually the people that worked on the exhibition. I was looking at, you know, what they'd kept, and some people hadn't kept anything, and some people had it beautifully packaged.
Thank you, Tori. Thank you very much.
Put it in my pocket. Hello. Right. Heritage, popular, northern soul, masculinity, majority, mod, locale, groupie, authenticity, critic, race, DIY, class, bebopper, rave, raver, space, tensions, age, minority, language, punk, opposition, taste, rejection, street, identity, music, production, orthodox, idealism, fashion, print, economics, gender, geography, appropriation, gatekeepers, ideology, militarism, enfranchised, disenfranchised, reproduction, dress, communicative strategies, femininity, high, low, accessible, excluded, trend, agenda, choice, acceptance, online, individual, compromise, context, and power. These were just some of the themes and topics under discussion during the one-day symposium, Subcultures and Their Mediated Representations, here on the 31st of October. Ellie Foden from LCF, Ray Kinsler from Central St Martins, and myself were delighted to host this symposium and to have the honour and privilege of kickstarting the 25-year commemoration of the 1994 exhibition Streetstyle, for which we're all here. The objective of the day was, through a series of diverse and fascinating set of papers, to discuss and analyse what we feel encompasses what subcultures are, is, were, what, how, and why, and when. The content veered from historical analyses of subcultural practices, for example, textual, aesthetically, and visually, to contemporary notions of other alternative and transgressive forms of action for example, sonically and politically. The first panel, on and offline cultures, mediated memories, recorded remembrances, and cultivated histories, kicked off with Nathaniel Weiner from Central St. Martin's. Nathaniel talked about how men consume style and forms of identity through mediated networks. His ethnographic practice helping to illuminate canonical subcultures such as mod, skinhead, and the football casual. His paper argued that the images and textual descriptions of subcultures shared within these online communities are mediated memories that act as repositories of stylistic inspiration. He further argued that as archives of knowledge and imagery, these online menswear communities produce subculture-specific collective intelligence. This archived knowledge has the potential to disrupt hierarchies in contemporary revival subcultures, as subcultures can gain subcultural capital, as per Sarah Thornton, and through online research rather than real-world experience and participation, raising the question of recollection versus memory. Our second speaker was Mike Calandra-Achode, a lecturer at Central St. Martin's and a documentarian. Mike discussed how digital ecosystems, ignited by the stabilisation of the internet, are helping young African communities to shape unpredicted cultural narratives and forecast unprecedented examples of agency within global economies through the development of the African principal literature that is music. He also talked about how the taxi in Ghana is a pivotal aspect for both as a vehicle of transportation and also as a means of transmission and exposure to the emerging sounds being created. This democratisation of access to the means of production, distribution and marketing is changing young Africans' perception of their identities and their roles within the global cultural debate. Ray Kinsler argued that male bebop fans and musicians in post-war Soho, both black and white, and male and female, drew from such disparate and other sources, such as the black American jazz world, the idea and the aesthetic of the zoot suit from Latino Chicano youth, gangster films and post-war spiv culture to create an original sartorial style that they called the modern jazz look. This sartorial style is also one strand in the story that provoked a moral panic, which saw the main clubs raided by police due to misguided fears of American cultural imperialism, miscegenation, and deviancy. Incidentally, Ray's overall argument is that he is asserting that bebop as a style and as a subculture is the first post-war subculture which predates Teddy Boys. The second panel, text power, text symbols, textual attraction, unwritten forms of subversion, saw me highlight the writing of two music critics, Paul Morley and Ian Penman, at the New Musical Express during 1978 to 1982. This was a period that saw the paper broaden intellectual horizons, tackle politically charged causes, and educate and entertain, alienate and antagonise through stylised pretension and a highfalutin academic approach to pop music. This all created a circuit of culture that exposed many readers to heretofore concepts and ways of thinking and being, and in the process helped create a new form of cultural criticism. Ellie Foden, Ellie's research is on the groupie phenomenon, with her work entitled Demythologising the 60s, reappraising the British rock groupie and her relationship to feminism, 1964 to 1974. Ellie's paper drew on her oral history with Jenny Fabian and archival evidence to explore whether a groupie subculture can be identified, and if so, how it might be effectively conceptualised. 60s groupies culture is an academically underexplored subject. Previous studies, while limited, have consistently referred to a, quote, distinct and identifiable groupie subculture, but have failed to engage with subcultural scholarship. While I've got this opportunity, if there's anyone here who is a groupie, was a groupie, or knows of any groupies, if you think that it might be up for being interviewed, if you could get in touch with me, because Ellie's keen to find them. Our third panel was subcultural identities, shifting notions of self, representation and persona through popular culture forms and notions of nationalism. Dr. Les Henry from the University of West London His paper was titled Challenging Black Assassination in the Media and on Tell-Lie Vision. Les reflected upon the manner in which notions of self-identification question the relevance of established approaches to the study of popular culture and media representation, where a lack of subjectivities are concerned. The overall message from Les's engaging and educative performance, because it was a performance, was the necessity of understanding context, as he used 2 recent media controversies to highlight the problematic area of perceptions of racial identities and the misuse of humour. Lucy Robinson from the University of Sussex, her paper was titled Heroes in Face Paint, Adamant and Heroic Masculinities in Thatcher's Britain. Lucy explores the relationship between how Adamant performed his heroic identity through his look and style with the impact of emerging new media technologies on the shape of these stories in films, videos, computer games, music, television, fact and fiction, toys, clothes and material culture. Lucy also articulated the context of the time when Adamant was at peak ant and the sense of a militaristic machismo at a time when the Cold War was still very present and the UK was on the verge of invading the Falklands, or protecting the Falklands. Temus Soraya Goebbels from the National University of Ireland in Galway, her paper is titled Intersections of Punk and Queer in Cinema, the Problem of Misrepresentation. Temus delineated the etymology of the term punk in conjunction with queer theory and used the 2000 rape revenge thriller Base Noir as a case study. Temus showed how queer subcultures are blurring the border between the cultural theorist and that the subculture participant is also another important aspect of research in terms of the longevity of certain subcultural behaviours and challenges posited against heteronormative culture. That's a sentence and a half. The fourth panel, ethnographic designs. Who decides on authenticity and authentic practices? Lisa Betts and Talika Kirkland, their paper was titled Appropriating the £5 Munch, which is taken from the grime scene where a grime artist is given £5 and then encouraged to go into a shop and spend this £5 and then subsequently be filmed. Their paper on the day was more concerned with Pete and Baz, 2 white middle-aged geezers who their paper explored ideas around appropriation, authenticity and power imbalances in relation to this example, and also taking into account the importance of taking into consideration who or what is being appropriated and for what purpose. Their presentation analysed the reception of Pete and Baz by those from within and outside the grime scene, suggesting that the reception makes visible certain cultural and sociological ideologies which concern and influence current debates around class, masculinity and race. Their paper presented the question, what makes Pete and Baz's interpretation safe and marketable, whereas black protagonists find themselves exiled? Sarah Rain from Birmingham University, her title was Telling Northern Soul Stories. Sarah uses storytelling as a means to explore the dominant and alternative ways of understanding and experiencing the Northern Soul scene. Using insights developed through her 3-year ethnographic study of the contemporary Northern Soul scene in the UK, Sarah engaged with issues of gender and generation, myth and membership to highlight the nuanced nature of music scene experience past and current. Her paper reflects upon the experience of the researcher in their attempts to make sense of interviews and observations that at some points converge and at others contradict. Our final paper was Dr. Russ Bestley from the London College of Communication. His paper was called The Devil's in the Detail, Punk Graphic Design. In his paper, Russ deconstructed a range of punk and post-punk typographic design that features in record sleeves, posters, flyers and fanzines. He explained how the use of lecture set rub-down transfer type and architectural figures, hand-rendered letterforms, ransom note style lettering, stencils, typewritten text, and common tools for origination and reproduction, for example, the typewriter, the photocopier, and the rubber stamp, can be contrasted with a traditional design methods of type composition and reproduction, including half-tone reprographics, letterpress, and photo typesetting. Russ also explored the complex relationship between the stereotype of authentic do-it-yourself punk graphics and the music industry professionals who created many of the visual conventions that came to be closely associated with the subculture. The role of the design professional, often with many years' experience within the music industry, has frequently been overlooked. Russ arguing that this is potentially an embarrassing secret kept in the closet for fear of undermining notions of authenticity and punk's revolutionary rhetoric. So in summary, the context and meaning of subcultures are vast and varied, with them acting as a permanent site of contestation, critique and investigation, as well as perceived processes of assumed assimilation and commercial commodification. From the use of subcultural tile as a tool of resistance, a show of defiance, an act of expression, to its deployment as a means of articulating who we think we are and who we want to be seen as, the study of subcultures is as important today as it ever has been. As agents of change of both within and without participation, and via the observation of things that go outside, beyond, and further than norms, subcultural practitioners, both consciously and sub-unconsciously, affect and affect the external world through internal dialogue and subsequent willing and unwilling mediation. With regards to subcultural participation, anarchist writer Hakim Bey terms these temporous autonomous zones, or TAZ, spaces or zones of liberation, a shared air of impermanence, of being ready to move on, shapeshift, relocate, even to other planes of reality. It is only by scrutinising what subcultural histories, pasts and presents are, that we can understand the processes and procedures that create and continue our perception of their significance and valence. By digging deeper, we are able to see the green shoots of the next crop. Finally, I'd like to end on just to give thanks to Ben and Amy and Bree from the Fashion Curation Department, whose help and guidance has been invaluable from the very start, and also to the Streetstyle subcultures then and now committee in general. Also to Lorraine Smith, who was here. She was part of the original Brains Trust at the start. And this is the last thing I'm going to say. In the library here, some of the fashion curation students, along with the library, have put together an exhibition of subcultural texts, mainly to do with hair, beauty, makeup, and, rather than fashion, which I think is quite an interesting and fresh angle. And lastly, myself, Ellie and Ray are in the process of setting up and trying to establish a subcultures interest group within UAL. So if anyone is interested in getting involved, please give me a shout.
Is that working?
Yep.
Cool.
Thanks, Ben. Could you give us like a 5-minute warning? Okay. And this is our time.
Sorry, I'm just trying to sort out all this business.
Well, really, hi everyone. My name's Rosie. I'm a course leader here at London College of Fashion. I run MA Fashion Cultures, and I research digital fashion cultures. And Paul, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'll introduce myself. So I'm Paul Sweetman. I'm a senior lecturer in culture, media and creative industries at King's College in London. And I've been working on, well, this is actually the next bit maybe. I'll save this, so
okay.
Yeah, carry on.
Well, really, Paul and I are just going to have a bit of an informal conversation about the places of convergence between our research, really. Because, Paul, you look more at kind of what we might call classic subcultures that are enacted in place. And I look at what could be termed kind of digital subcultures, although we might question if subcultures is the right word for them, which, and thinking about the ways that digital and community and intimacy intersect in various ways. So we have some questions for each other, and then we may open it up to questions for you too. So
good stuff.
Yeah, maybe I'll start with my first question for Paul. Maybe as a way to introduce us to what you do, Paul, could you tell us something about your work on subcultures and innovation?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just dropping everything. I'm going to kind of actually even step back a little bit from that and start things with, I don't think anyone else has held this up, have they? So this is the book that accompanied the exhibition, which I don't know, people may have mixed feelings about given the kind of political undercurrents we've heard about today. But this is a book that I bought when I went to the exhibition in '94. And at that point, I had just started a PhD at the University of Southampton within sociology, within the sociology of the body. And I was looking at tattooing and body piercing. And it's interesting hearing about, from Amy and others, hearing about how back in '94, bringing subculture into the V&A was quite a big deal. And I can vouch for that in a slightly different way by talking, my own experience of this PhD looking at tattooing and piercing, which I thought was a perfectly reasonable thing to look at from a sociological perspective within the sociology of the body, but was frequently treated by colleagues and people at conferences and so on as kind of a weird thing to be doing. It was a novelty. It was a novelty PhD for many people, which was good in the sense that people were interested, but also somewhat problematic in its own way because I was quite interested in it as an important theoretical project. It wasn't a novelty to me. It was an important piece of work with important theoretical implications. Anyway, the reason I mention that is just to link to the exhibition, but also to kind of show where I started with this, and that led to an interest in sociology of fashion, in subcultures, and so on and so forth, and an interest in these kind of post-subculture debates which really begin in the early 90s about potentially the end of subculture, which we talked a bit about today, and people trying to critique earlier theoretical frameworks and come up with their own terms and concepts to make sense of, at that point, contemporary subcultures. And people came up with terms like scene and neo-tribe, using people like Michel Mafasoli's work. And a lot of this was about critiquing the work of the Birmingham School, the Centre for Contemporary Cultural Studies. And I'm not going to go into great depth about what they said, but, they were kind of important, and they're still important, really, almost as ghosts in terms of contemporary debates. They're whom a lot of these debates, I think, are still discussing things with, even if it's only implicitly. So I was kind of involved in that a little bit, and talking about notions of tribes and so on and so forth. But increasingly, I kind of put subcultures aside for a bit, and became a bit dissatisfied because it seemed to me that those debates were quite circular almost. It was kind of people going round similar ground about, what shall we still use the term subculture? Is it still relevant? And so on. What other terms shall we use if not? And so on and so forth. And so to come back to Rosie's question, I know I've been a bit long-winded, but the more recent work that I've been doing, and this is partly with colleagues in Norway and Sweden, partly funded by a centre called Knowledge Works in Norway, has been trying to take really quite a different tack on all of it and say, look, let's think about subcultures as important innovators and contributors to the cultural and creative industries. That was the starting point for the more recent work that we've been doing, partly as a way of getting away from fairly insular debates. And we've been looking at things like mod, a subculture of mod, focusing on mod, and how associated forms of subcultural capital have been employed in the marketing and the branding of associated products, like Fred Perry, for example, like Dr. Martens, but also places like Brighton, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. So it was interesting looking at Horst's photos, some of which were taken at the annual, looked like the annual Mod Weekender, organised by the New Untouchables, which is an annual gathering. I can come back to that. I've got some photos of that myself. And we've been trying to get away from this romanticised focus on originary subcultures. Okay, so just to briefly go back to the Birmingham School, they kind of saw subcultures as autonomous groups of working class young people who autonomously created interesting and subversive things. And we don't want to do away with that entirely, but we think that neglects the multifaceted and complex relationships, the ongoing relationships between subculture, media, commerce. The Birmingham version is kind of linear. You get these flowerings of amazing creativity amongst working class groups, and then those things are stolen by basically we might as well call it the culture industry, but certainly they're commoditized, they're diffused, and they become something else. Now, we're saying in this work, no, that's not the case. First of all, there's no originary moment which is pre-commoditized, because there's always relationships with media and commerce, always from the beginning, including with mod in very interesting ways, with punk and so on. And as we trace these relationships through, they're just interesting, complex sets of relationships between different actors. Right? You've got perhaps working class young people, you've got middle class young people too, so there's a problem with that. I can tell you my complaints about Dick Hebditch in that respect if you want. But so you've got groups of young people, but you've also got important media actors, you've got important commercial actors. So going back to mod, you had important menswear designers, you had retailers like John Stevens, who was mentioned earlier. You had, in terms of the popularization of mod, you had TV programs like Ready, Steady, Go. So that's fairly early on in the 1960s. Prior to that, you had the young modernists, or perhaps mods, some debate, but from 1959 onwards, drawing from French film, from the Nouvelle Vague, drawing from Italian film, La Dolce Vita, drawing from jazz style in the United States, drawing from R&B, drawing from West Indian style, taking from all kinds of different places in a complex dialogue, right? So not this autonomous grouping. That's what we want to really emphasize in this. And then trace these things through and see how, in this more complicated way, subcultures can be seen as important innovators, important contributors, cultural makers, cultural innovators, vis-a-vis fashion, vis-a-vis design, vis-a-vis all sorts of other areas. And we've been focusing predominantly on mod, predominantly on fairly clearly subculturally associated brands, and on Brighton as a place. So I have some pictures. I thought this was interesting. This was during the Mod Weekender, not this year, but last year, when the Fred Perry store in Brighton got one of the original pictures of the Mods v Rocker skirmishes from 64, 65 in Brighton, and put it up in the window just for that weekend. Okay, so with relationships, mediated relationships, if we see mod as a contemporary subculture, you've got things folding back and feeding in on themselves. Yeah, the mods take Fred Perry shirts, which were a form of sportswear, they adopt them, that is reappropriated, that capital is reappropriated by the firm, and then sold back in this complex set of relationships. And in Brighton, mod is currently ensconced in Brighton in the fabric, the physical fabric, as well as the commercial fabric, through shops catering partly to mods, but partly to a wider audiences. I mean, one of the things about mod is it's influenced contemporary menswear in a big way. So shops like Immediate, shops like Jump the Gun, which also become important focal points at certain times, like during the mod weekender. So you can see a couple of scooters parked outside and guys who've been attending the mod weekender. This was, I think, 2018, who are leaving the store. This is the interior of Jump the Gun in Brighton. And that's also the interior. And I'm showing those partly because, as I'm trying to indicate, we're adopting a kind of network approach to subculture. We're saying that subcultures are a product, an ongoing product, an ongoing outcome of diverse, heterogeneous groups of actors coming together, including human actors, but also including material artifacts. For those who are interested in these things, this is a kind of actor network approach. And, what I'm trying to point to partly here is the material semiotics at work in these sorts of curated displays, where the objects and the artifacts are also significant. And we've also been looking at how the subculture is, again, written into officially Brighton's sense of itself. For example, in this display at Brighton Museum and Art Gallery, and upstairs in the section dealing with subcultures, here is what is labelled as a mod outfit, an original outfit. And this speaks to the exhibition that we're talking about today as well. But also in more sort of tenuous ways, what I refer to in a piece that I wrote for the project as echoes and traces. So here we see the mod roundel, which is actually the RAF roundel, which was originally adopted as a pop art symbol by people like Peter Blake. It was stolen then by people like Pete Townsend of The Who as an ironic gesture, just like the Union Jack was used ironically in the same way the punks used it, and then has become kind of reconfigured into a symbol par excellence of mod, but also a symbol of a more parochial, more inward-looking, perhaps more nationalistic version of the subculture, but also a sign of the city of Brighton. So this is standing in for the O on the scaffolding sign here. Similarly, the Christmas decorations in the North Lane area of Brighton last year, which have gone up again this year, featuring the roundel, which is a symbol of mod, albeit it's from the RAF. So I don't know if that really answered the question.
Yeah.
It said a bit about it, but perhaps we could move on to the next one, and I'm going to come back to some of these things as well.
Absolutely.
Am I taking too long?
Well, it's really interesting, so
Okay.
it's not too
Thanks.
long, but there's a lot there.
Okay.
This is really a question that we've circled around a lot today, and it's a really interesting one, I think, when we look at subcultures. Is the term subculture still useful and or applicable in a contemporary context, do you think?
And I think I'm kind of repeating some stuff here a bit, but I think there's been a lot of debate about this. Post-subcultural studies is, to a very significant extent, about that issue. Should we still talk about subculture? And other terms like scene or neo-tribe have been put forward as alternatives, trying to capture a sense of perhaps greater fragmentation, perhaps more individualized forms of style. So this goes back to Olivia. Where's Olivia? She had to go, but this goes back to Olivia's talk, and I commented on that about the temporality of it all. So people have put forward, alternative terms to try and deal both with problems they perceived with earlier versions of subculture, but also with ideas that things have changed, perhaps. Now, there are question marks about that. But other people have defended the term. So one of the key examples would be Paul Hodkinson at the University of Surrey, who did quite a lot of work on goths. And he said, look, subculture is still relevant here because these people display, the grouping displays a lot of substance, and these people display a lot of commitment. It's not ephemeral, people aren't dipping in and out, and as was discussed earlier, they're not dressing as a goth one day something else the next. This is, substantial. There's something happening. It's committed. And I, in various things, I kind of questioned that. I said, okay, but, Hodgkinson, he strips the term subculture of some of its earlier connotations, particularly these notions of resistance or subversion. And if he does that, is it still helpful? And I think actually increasingly it is, to go back to the question. I think that the central criteria for me would be that these groups are non-instrumental, so it's not people doing a job. Non-instrumental, relatively distinct groups organised around particular sets of practices and activities with their own sets of norms and values. I think that's kind of how I would think about subculture. Now, some people might be thinking, well, okay, but then you could maybe apply that to people who go fishing, people who are really into fishing, or train spotters, or other groups like that. And actually, increasingly, I think that's a reasonable thing to do. I mean, it moves away, perhaps, from the focus on more obviously stylistic groupings that has been the focus today. But I think increasingly I'm drawn towards a more inclusive notion of subculture, which includes other groups like that. I think the important thing is that you're clear about how you're using the term, what the parameters are, and why you think it's worth looking at these groups at all. And, going back to the Birmingham School, they said this was all about class and it was all about resistance. And I don't think that's necessarily the case, but it might be that, for example, we can look at other forms of resistance around sexuality, around gender, and so on, and focus on other aspects of what is important about these particular groups. Thinking about people who go fishing, that might not sound particularly resistant or subversive, but actually if you think about neoliberal times and the way we are meant to always harness our time towards producing a better self and something that's Instagrammable, well, sitting around a riverbank for the whole afternoon doing nothing really but pretending to hope to catch a fish is quite an interesting use of time. It could be seen potentially as quite significant vis-a-vis sort of notions of neoliberal subjectivity. So I'll stop with that there.
Yeah, maybe let's come back to that in the questions
Yeah.
if people want to take you on there. So in light of, I think what you said about a subculture being non-instrumental, so it's not done in a professional context, but as a pleasure or something else, is really interesting. And it sounds like in what you described with mod, contemporary mod in Brighton, there's a bit of an overlap between, sounds like some mods, and did originally as well, have businesses, so there was an element maybe of instrumentalization. So should we think of the current mod scene as a subculture, do you think?
Okay. This is interesting again because it overlaps with earlier parts of today, I think. And I think, and it was alluded to, particularly in Horst's discussion of your photographs, that it's a smaller scene. It's been described to me as more niche. There are also perhaps more strands to it. Certainly there are multiple strands to it. So there are people who are original mods in the 1960s. There were people who are drawn to it post-79, post-Quadrophenia, so post the mod revival. So, came into mod more through the Jam and Quadrophenia than through the Who and the Small Faces and R&B and so on. So it's smaller, it's more niche. Perhaps it's also, paradoxically, given that some of it's quite parochial, it's also more translocal. And going back to the Mod Weekender, this is a picture from this year, actually, I think. It was more well-attended this year. It was warmer. It draws an international crowd. People were telling Horst to go to Japan and Germany, but also you see a lot of Japanese people at the Mod Weekender, a lot of Italians as well. It draws people from all over, but I would say, Japan, Germany, Italy, these are important constituents of mod as a contemporary grouping. I think it's generally older in the main, and I think it might be argued, I've said there was always a complicated relationship between mod, media, and commerce. I think it could be argued to be perhaps even more complicated, bound up with previous representations in film and elsewhere. So especially perhaps with quadrophenia, which some people have quite an ambivalent relationship to. You know, people I spoke to at the Mod Weekend, some of them were fairly pissed off about the importance attributed to quadrophenia and its the version of mod presented within the film. And the idea of mod, as several people said to me, the idea of Brighton as the spiritual home of mod, that was a term used by several people, you know, partly as a consequence of quadrophenia. Some people weren't into that. But you've got this really complicated relationship where the subculture now is fed by mediated representations, which are then replayed in different ways and then feed back into further representation. So just this year, there was another film being set at this around here on Madeira Drive, which was deliberately referencing quadrophenia. You know, so there's circles, there's interlocking, there's and so interweaving. And it's complicated. And I think, going back to the question, you know, it's partly centered around commercial interests as well. But again, I think that it's wrong to assume it wasn't previously. And just like punk was never some sort of autonomous grouping, you know, McLaren and Westwood, you know, they were important in dressing British punk for sure, but it was always a shop, you know. And McLaren said that the Sex Pistols were a way of selling more trousers. You know, I think that was tongue-in-cheek, and actually I think he was always more of a provocateur and an artist than he was a businessman. But, you know, nevertheless, these things were always intertwined. I think in some ways it's more about heritage and lifestyle now, and again, there are different groups. Some are more wedded to notions of authenticity and so on, but other aspects of mod are much more widespread. You know, you get people who are more tangentially interested. There are different factions. A couple of people I spoke to as part of this project distinguished between, as one person put it, Weller mods, referring to Paul Weller, who was seen as more innovative, less bound with notions of 60s authenticity, and more open to a modernist ethos. In other words, you know, dressing in paying attention to detail, and dressing in you know, just dressing in a good way. And others who are more kind of plastic mods, as this person put it, who were more wedded to a particular snapshot version of mods. So there are different groupings within this broader umbrella. If we call it a subculture, if we call it a lifestyle, if we call it some sort of heritage-based grouping, perhaps, you know.
You might need to switch over, Paul.
Okay.
We're running out of time.
Okay. I'll just quickly show you these pictures and then swap over. So, you know, the way in which these things are all, this complicated relationship where the alleyway that featured in Quadrophenia, just very briefly, you know, when I was first in Brighton, that was called by us Quadrophenia Alley, but it didn't have an actual name. You know, now it's an official part of the fabric of the city, okay, with its own street sign. And we go back to the original kind of mediated version of mod, which helped to create mods and rockers as a subculture. Again, these weren't independent of media. So we'll swap.
Okay. Oh, swap seats. Okay.
Just so that you can go through your pictures as well.
Oh, thanks.
I've got other things to say, as you can probably guess. We had a couple of other questions, but we're going to switch over.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay, I can't really see the pictures now. But so, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we started talking about these things really via the notion of the street.
Yeah.
And what we mean by street style. And it's quite interesting to me, actually, that a lot of people have been talking about subculture rather than street style. But I think your work, it comes more from a focus on street style than subculture initially.
Yeah.
Could you tell us a bit more, Rosie, about your work on style bloggers and digital influencers?
Yeah, absolutely. So I started researching personal style blogs when I was doing my doctorate a few years ago. This was a time when
the imagery still looked like what you can see on the screen, where people would take photographs of their everyday outfits. It was, at this time, mostly girls and young women who imaged their outfits like this, and often it was people who lived in suburbs or contexts that were outside places normally classified as fashionable. So it was about kind of creating an ongoing performance of self and an online archive of how you would dress and the kind of personal stories that emerge from clothing. So a lot of early bloggers I interviewed for the project spoke about the isolation they felt socially, that they didn't know other people in their school or in their college who felt about clothes the way they did. And when they found style blogs, it was like they found their people. So what emerged quite quickly was these really strong connections between bloggers who were looking at each other's outfit posts every day, leaving quite engaged comments in the posts, in the comment section of those posts, and it started to generate a kind of online community. And it was consumptive in the sense that people were talking about clothes they were consuming, and obviously when we wear clothes in a way we're consuming them, even though it's not the point of sale. But it wasn't encouraging people to consume. It wasn't about dressing into a fashionable ideal or saying, I got this cute thing, it's really nice, maybe you should go and get it. It was much more about, this is how I felt like getting dressed today. I grabbed my older sister's vest and I put it with these old jeans and a shirt I just thrifted. It was really much more about DIY and wearing what you already had. And the photos were really distinctive. So it was often girls and young women photographing themselves in their everyday context. So their bedrooms, the workrooms of the colleges, some were fashion students. They would shoot in studios, on their beds, in their backyards, and so forth. I'll skip through. I'll come back to this one. And often it was about showing the detail of the outfit as well. So when people were imaging themselves, the camera would hone in, as you can see with Rebecca here, on their rings. And they'd do a kind of mimic of the straight up style of photography that Steve Johnston, I would say, pioneered in his work for ID. It's when he would find people dressed in subcultural style on the streets of London and shoot them head to toe. So again, it's the intimation of the encounter. So I just came across this person, I caught them with my camera, and I would argue that style bloggers are emulating this, or sometimes contorting their bodies to fit in the frame. Like you can see Rumi, she was quite famous for always lying on the floor in her outfit post, and it was sort of something that she just got into. So that's kind of where I started, and my work has since then continued to look at digital fashion cultures and how people talk about clothes online and the meaningfulness. But I never really thought about it as a subcultural practice, and style bloggers never ever said what they're doing was a subculture. But actually it was through having conversations with Paul and thinking about this idea of networks and innovations, and maybe certainly resistance, that I think we could think of it as maybe at least subcultural adjacent, because there are ways that ideas about what fashionable bodies look like, or who is allowed to speak about fashion publicly and how old they have to be and what degrees they have to have, were really challenged by this alternative form of fashion discourse. And often it was really that the ways people wrote and talked about fashion online in these spaces was very vernacular, and it was really enthusiastic, and the basis by which something would be valued is if it means something to them. So it's not about ideas of creating a canon of taste or hierarchies of beauty or anything. It was very much like, this is how I want to articulate myself day to day through my clothes, which is not the ways that fashion was being written about in the professional fashion media or other industry spaces. It's more the kind of conversation someone would have with their friends, but that then migrated onto blogs.
Mm-hmm. I suppose, I mean, as a follow-on, you've touched on this already, but if we think of these groups as somehow related to subculture, whether perhaps through notions of resistant bodies around perhaps gender or sexuality as well, are these groups reporting on or mediating subculture, or would we see them as a subculture themselves? This is one of the things I think that's interesting to me about online or digital, because it's a form of mediation or remediation, but on the other hand, we might think of it as directly itself a subculture.
Yeah, I would probably say the latter, in that they were creating something that was distinctive and enclosed in particular digital spaces. So this kind of practice was enacted on people's personal blogs, blog to blog. So this was before Instagram, it was before people used other social networking platforms like Snapchat or Twitter to aggregate an audience. It was like I used Angela McRobbie's work on girls' bedroom culture to think about style blogs as bedrooms, because there was the same sense of an intimate space of gathering where girls would congregate and talk about their lives in ways that were meaningful and felt somewhat enclosed, because they weren't high visible enough to attract people who didn't really know where to find them. You'd have to know someone's URL or have a way in through hyperlinks to actually access these spaces. So they were public, but they felt private. There were distinctive ways of speaking that were often quite ironic as well. People used slang, they quoted song lyrics, and it was hyper self-conscious in a way that I think was a way of counteracting the visibility of articulating yourself. It was a bit awkward, but intimate.
And if there are distinctive ways of speaking, does that mean we can also think about developing some sort of community around the blogs? I mean, is that a community of bloggers, or is that a community led by bloggers which also encompasses a wider group of an audience, if you like, or participants?
Absolutely. No, definitely. That's a great point, Paul. Readers were really, really important. And at the time, in digital culture theory, people who were called lurkers, that word was used as a derogatory term. So if you read a blog and didn't comment, you were lurking, and that was seen to be kind of suspect, like you're just a creeper hanging on the outskirts. Why wouldn't you just say something? But actually, a vast proportion of the audience for most blogs would be just people who enjoyed reading them. And I would very much argue that they were part of it, because they're participating in consuming in this media, but maybe they're not creating it as much as other bloggers.
Okay.
I just wanted to make a quick note. You might have noticed the grainy quality of some of these images, and the reason I put these images from Style Bubble up, this is from Susie Lau's blog, Style Bubble, and as you can see, the images are blurry with the photo bucket icon on. This is because we've talked a lot today about how digital works as an archive, that things are supposedly easier to access online. As a digital scholar, I would actually challenge that. I think some things certainly yes, but it depends when you're looking. There's heaps of stuff historically that hasn't been put on the internet yet, and as technology continues to advance in terms of sophistication, older media is sort of disintegrating or disappearing. So these images, I think, are from 2008 on Susie's blog, and because PhotoBucket, the photo sharing site, has changed its coding, the images are no longer accessible. So unless Susie has them in her own possession, they won't exist anymore. So I went on her site, and this is what you'll see. So it's an interesting way of another maybe researcher question about archives and what gets captured and the work that we have to do as scholars too.
I would follow that. I mean, I would really reiterate that point, that, the idea that everything's available simply, I don't think is the case at all. It's really selective. I mean, a case in point for me, which is something that some people here will know about, would be robot shoes, which were really important in terms of clothing, psychobillies and punks and rockabillys and so on. And there's no presence there online at all. It's remarkable. So I'd reiterate that.
We're out of time.
Oh, are we?
So we may have to.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. I mean, obviously we could bang on about this for much longer.
For quite a long time. You should have seen us in our preparatory discussion.
But hopefully we
tried to rein it in.
Yeah, I mean, we did okay. But yeah, pushing it, I think. Thank you.
Okay.
What I suggest you do is, if you have any questions for these people, come and find them as soon as we're finished. What we wanted to do is just close with maybe 8 to 10 minutes maximum. Rosie just sort of wanted to reflect on some ideas and thoughts from today's symposium. Just something for us to take away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
It was really, we've done a lot of listening today, and I think there's been so much for us to take on board, and I really just wanted to sort of draw out some themes that I saw recurring, maybe as an end point for us to keep reflecting on as we go away and keep having these conversations. I probably won't even need 8 minutes. I'll just whiz through, but I think it might be nice if we have time at the end, if other people want to add their voices to this, pulling out other things, because I'm just one voice of all of us in the room. So Ben started us off by saying that the point of today, and in some senses, the project more broadly, is contextualizing, re-evaluating, re-looking, and slow-looking. And I thought that was a really nice way to frame what we've done, and actually really an accurate way to think about the many ways we've come at subcultures, at gathering research, at storytelling today. Amy said about her exhibition that there was an incredible mixing between fashion and subcultural style happening in the early 90s, and that's kind of part of what drove the original exhibition. And again, this idea of incredible mixing is something I think we've seen again throughout today, as we've seen subcultures being fluid networks, people moving through different subcultures. So Darla Jane described being involved in punk, being involved in new romanticism with dance culture, getting into, I think it was called Rock Against Racism through punk. So a sense of moving through networks of people, of media feeding and inspiring revivals and that kind of thing. So maybe a thing to draw out is this idea of mixing being quite important, which pushes back against the idea that Paul touched on, that subcultures were kind of sedimented or had clear boundaries, or that everything was done in one way in subcultures, which again, Amy's work in the exhibition really beautifully drew out. And Roger's too, I think, in the archive, that you have many looks that are all representative of different subcultures, but those looks are very distinctive. So we've thought about how subcultures are about reacting against convention, and it might be interesting to think about what contemporary subcultures are reacting against. Like Paul was encouraging us to maybe, in his provocation, think about fishing in the ways that it takes up time as a kind of subcultural practice, or bloggers resisting kind of fashion discourses by creating their own spaces that are meaningful. I beg your pardon, Olivia, the people that Olivia's been photographing for the Slashy Style project, creating something that feels unique amongst the plethora of consumer culture goods. So Iris, for example, buying things that she says to other people look like basic bitch, but for her it's meaningful. And in her interview with Olivia, talks about other people who would look at what she's wearing wouldn't know what that means, but she knows, and that's what matters. So this idea that the clothes communicate clearly being really disrupted here, and we might think in creative ways about what it means to resist now and what it meant then as well. Maybe it's not one thing. The idea of networks came through a lot for me. I don't know if it came through for everyone else too, not just with subcultures, but also researchers. I thought it was so beautiful seeing all the relationships people have with each other, bringing in friends to research, or meeting one another through research, and then that becoming friendships. And this idea that the work that we produce is the work of many voices and many hands, and many people being generous with their time and their knowledge, and that being important to foreground, not just looking at subcultures, but the ways that knowledge about them has been generated and created. The idea that things must be documented, this is a quote from Olivia, otherwise we lose history, but how we categorize things is harder to think about, I think is also a very apt quote for us to think about. The ways that when we create knowledge, we're intervening and in some senses pinning something down, and how do you do that when something continues to be lived, or there are many, many different ways that you could unpack what the meaning is, and what are we doing to those lived experiences when we try and put them in an institution or something. So the tension between memory keeping and what that process might do. And this feeds into the point about hindsight. Darla Jane's comment that she realized at some point she was making clothes on a daily basis, minute by minute, and then discarding them, and realizing at some point that they were significant. The choices that we make of what to keep, what stories we tell, what goes into the institution being one for us to think about, and how in that process we might be mythologizing or feeling nostalgic about something that feels like even as we represent it, it's already gone. At least that's something I feel about early style blogs. They don't really exist anymore, and it may be something other researchers in the room relate to with their work. And the last thing I wanted to draw out was the reflection of the labour of the research. So Amy described the hours spent walking from shop to shop, building relationships. Horst talked about photographing people for 12 years to build the archive of images that he's published, the work of maintaining and gathering this information, and the time that it takes. And I don't really have a big comment to make about that, but it was just a thing that resonated through the day that I thought was interesting to pull out. So with the 2 minutes left, maybe can I throw it over to the audience? Are there other things we'd like to reflect on and pull out from today?
Even if it's just one word.
Yeah.
You're silenced by all the amazing presentations. Sean.
It feels like we've just started on this conversation, even though it's a conversation that started 25 years ago for some of us. And, I think the fact that Paul and Rosie had so much to say, which is good, not to say that's, that we didn't really go on. So my question is really to the Centre for Fashion Curation and the Streetstyle 25 project is, what happens next, and is there going to be, in this year of celebration, another opportunity for different sets of people to come together and perhaps discuss ideas about subculture, collecting, where it goes, what happens, where we are, or do we just come back in 25 years' time?
Ben's probably the best person.
The short answer is we have no more money. The longer answer is there's ways and means of maybe if we can't draw physically people together, maybe there's a way with our online archive that we can draw people together. That is the hope of the archive. And I just got a gem of an idea when I was talking to Judy earlier today about a memory book and sort of exploring how we could pull together a lot of people who may not necessarily be able to be here with us today into a resource for information. So I'm thinking Amy and I are going to get talking and start looking at, as Rosie aptly describes, the networks that we've got and try to see if we can't draw together some writing and images. I know, I'm on the way. So that might be one way that we can sort of use our online archive to get at least as many voices as possible.
Thanks. I'm not sure if I needed the mic, but it was just a point. Would it be possible to have some sort of mailing list or whatever? Because I think one of the things that I'd be really keen to hang on to is, this is a group. Partly because I'm hoping to organise next calendar year, so in 2020, a symposium on subculture and innovation. And it would be really helpful to be able to circulate things amongst people who've come today. And perhaps, solicit papers and contributions as well. So that would be great. Thanks.
Kevin described in his presentation earlier, didn't you, Kevin, something about a subcultures group. That's not just for UAL students, is it? It's a broader, wider discussion. And we'd need to have a conversation, but maybe that might be one way of actually generating this broader network, a communication network of people interested in studying subcultures. We can talk about that, Kevin, and see if that's possible. Any other thoughts, ideas? Yeah. We have the Centre for Fashion Curation website, as Amy just described, has an email address. It's cffc@arts.ac.uk. If you email that email address, we'll capture those emails as well. Yeah. Any other thoughts? Was that a cough or a question?
I just thought I'd mix up the image because we had Regini up for a while, so I wanted to mix it up.
Any other thoughts that we want to capture before we close? Two things before I shut up. Please, can you write an evaluation form out for us? They're really useful for us to gain the interest of our senior management to hopefully, maybe, beg for some more money. So please fill them out so that we have something to work with. Please, could you return your name tags? I will guilt you into being unenvironmental people if you don't. So please make sure you return them either to me, one of my colleagues, Cicely or Pauline up the back, or just leave it on the table where you collected your name tag.
And I just want to say thank you all so much for coming. Thank you to all our speakers. Thank you to Ben for organising all of this. It's been a really great day. So thank you, everyone. And for me, it's been amazing meeting people like Judy, who we've not been in contact for 25 years. So for us, it's been another way of making contact with old friends and colleagues, which has been really incredible too. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.